text from Brian saying he's going to be closer to 5:30. So we have a very limited hour to spend with our guests. And so I will call the study session to order 5:04. And we have Cam, David, and Maggie Tai present. Maggie Tai, your screen, it has my name on it, which is what threw me off.
Oh, because you sent me the link.
Probably.
That's so funny.
So I
can rename myself. It's okay.
I will defer to Donna for introductions.
There we go.
All right, welcome to back to Katie Novak, who was with us. Really, it was just a week ago, and she has her partner with her, and I'm going to let her take it away and introduce for everyone's. We won't do full introductions this time because we only have a short time and we want to get going. So Katie, take it away. I think you know all of us and our names are now correct. So we are excited to see how the next step for UDL as we talk about equity, which is a large part of the work that we as a district have really been engaged in, and particularly our board. They have an actual equity diversity policy and a fundamental, which is like a priority for us, that is also focused on this work, which is definitely ongoing work that we are going to be doing as a public education system for a long time, but always trying to get better at it. So thanks for being here with us.
We are so happy to be here. I'm Katie Novak. I got to meet you last time, and I'm super excited to share this presentation tonight with my dear friend, Mirko Chardin. Mirko, you want to tell a little bit about yourself professionally, and then we'll dive into this work.
Sure. I am the founding head of school of the Putnam Avenue Upper School in Cambridge, Mass. Consultant with Katie, and also a hip hop artist.
So we kind of come to this work. We recently wrote a book called Equity by Design. We spent years researching and writing this, but we have very unique perspectives, not only as a white woman and a Black man, but I was looking at it from a district perspective, and Mirko was looking at it from like a school administrator perspective, and how really there's so many different stakeholders that have to be on board with what it really means to provide equal opportunities to learn. So Mirko's going to start off and talk about 4 agreements, because when we talk about equity and we talk about inequity, sometimes it's uncomfortable, and it needs to be uncomfortable by design if we're going to change things. So Mirko?
Absolutely. So these agreements come from Glenn Singleton's Courageous Conversations About Race. And it starts with planning on staying engaged, fighting the resistance to pull away when things become challenging, having a willingness to speak your truth, to share your authentic voice and your authentic experience, to plan to experience discomfort. This stuff is uncomfortable because these are taboo subjects within the context of our society. So it's going to feel uncomfortable when we dig in. And that's what we want. I often say to folks, if we don't experience discomfort when we talk about difference and race, then we're not doing it right. We need to dig in and expect to feel that uncomfortable feeling. And we also need to expect and accept non-closure. We are not going to solve all the issues of difference and race that exist within our society within an hour, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So it's okay for us to leave with more questions than answers. It's about beginning the journey and committing to it, and not hoping to instantaneously resolve and walk away.
And so as we think about what that means, we want to start off by talking about, a history of voice and choice. And we're going to make our way through this very quickly as a review, because what we're talking about here is that all students should have equal opportunities to learn. We want all students in the same setting, in general education, inclusive settings, where everyone gets the best of what we have to offer, with also all the scaffolds that are necessary. And one of the things that we talk about a lot in UDL is what is necessary for some is good for all. And this is really about student agency. It's about seeing students as scholars capable of making their own decisions. And in some ways, our traditional systems almost create these rules where it's like, you have to show us that you are capable of making decisions before we can trust you to make decisions about your learning, which is why there's so much adult separation of students. So like, we can't have all students in the same setting, because if there's a lot of scaffolds, kids are always going to choose the easiest thing, or, students are not going to make good choices. And we have to think very differently about what our young scholars are capable of. This is about being really asset-based. And when we talk about UDL, we often talk about voice and choice. And a voice means that like, they are given the same opportunities as their peers. And so I'm going to go through this timeline as a review in less than a minute, but I really want to hold on to like, what are the I guess, barriers in our system that prevent all students from truly having a voice to share, what is the impact of education on them? Do they feel engaged? What do they need to feel supported and challenged? And we want to offer the same thing to families. And so the Declaration of Independence, it's a very, all men are created equal. All of our school visions across this country are like all students all the time. We want all students to learn at high levels. And we know that that is just not the way that things went. And so again, to review this, it's, we start with this Constitution that said, all means all, everybody has equal opportunities to access this American dream. But it's really only white property owning men who have any say in developing the branches of government and determining how our school systems are built. And so for 100 years, under this illusion of all means all, white property owning men are making decision. And there was this kind of equitable movement of saying like, we, the people of privilege, really want to extend those privileges to other people. And so we want all male citizens to vote, regardless of race or color. But indigenous populations did not have citizenship, so there were no voting rights. You had to pass a literacy test in English, which was a very high level of education, and you had to pay a hefty poll tax. And so this all means all was like, you can have a voice, you can have a choice, you can have a say in all of this if you have proven to us to be worthy of that you're educated enough, that you're wealthy enough. We talk about let's add women to the mix, but still, we still had a poll tax. There was a literacy test. Indigenous populations did not have any access to voting. And there was a lot of discrimination against Black and brown women who were trying to access votes. And after the Indian Citizenship Act, again, it's like, okay, all citizens can vote now, but there's a poll tax, there's a literacy test, there's extreme discrimination. And then we finally said, well, you can't discriminate against people based on their identity group, but you can discriminate based on whether or not you can pay to vote and whether or not you have a literacy test, because those things were not eliminated until 1966, which was the poll tax, and 1975, which was the literacy test. And one of the things that we always talk about when we work with schools and districts is, what are your poll taxes? What are your literacy tests that are preventing your students from having access to grade level rigor? Because this is not if you come here and you are compliant and you are quiet and you are at grade level, then you will get the best of what we have to offer. Okay, that is not what public school is about. So when we talk about voice and choice, what we want is that every single learner has access to grade level rigor with the supports that are there for them to reflect on and choose to try to use. And that also the same levels of challenge that are offered to people who show their capability earlier and in more academic ways, that those are offered as well. So Mirko?
Now, we know that we live in a world right now where folks talk about equity a lot, and equity is typically relegated to just being about access. Access is super important. Access gets us to the door, but not through the door, in terms of ensuring that our kiddos who have typically not experienced success in school have their needs met. There are 3 questions that we'll share with you, reflective questions that are part of what's called the Going Beyond Access framework, that we think help us go beyond simply providing access to ensure that our kids get what they need. The first question that's part of this framework revolves around this idea: are we valuing impact in and through the lives of our students over adult intentions? Is our work just about patting ourselves on the back and saying that we are caring, well-meaning adults who have worked hard and put in great effort? Or are we actually hearing the voices of our kiddos and their families and making sense of what they experience when we implement work? And are we fine-tuning as a result of hearing that? Are we ensuring that the customer, the client, our students and and families are in the driver's seat and we're hearing their voice. The next question that is a part of this framework revolves around the notion of, can our students see themselves reflected in the work? Is this a circumstance when we are communicating to students via the work that we put in front of them that we value people who hail from the different identity groups that they're a part of? Or is it a circumstance in which we are saying, hey, we know that all means all, but you only see images of white men, you only see images of white women, you don't see anybody who looks like you, folks who look like you are not included in what we put before you. And the third and final question revolves around the idea of, is the work authentically relevant? And I would add to this, to our students, not a circumstance of us saying as adults, hey, we think this is important, but can we do the work of connecting the dots and put material before our students that they feel authentically has meaning for them in the world that they live in? The world of 2020 is very different than the world of 2019. So when we think about relevance, what we provide students in the year 2020 has to be different than what we provided kiddos in the year 2019.
And so this work that we're talking about here is really about empowering the voices of our learners. And through this project, through the Inclusive Practices Project with WASA, we actually are really focusing on this concept of student feedback surveys, asking students like, do you feel connected? Do you feel challenged? Do you feel supported? And again, it's not about access. You could get your inclusion rates to shoot up by putting kids in the room. But inclusion is different than inclusive practice, which is every student is challenged, every student is supported. And we do that not by us kind of puppeteering what students need, but giving space to say, we know you can make good decisions about your learning. We're going to be really clear about the firm goals. We're going to share with you what supports are there if you get challenged or if you get stuck. We're open to your feedback about what else you need. And we are literally like driving instruction in co-creation with our kids. So one of the most important things that we can do to help highlight this is to tell stories, to give you kind of a face that goes with a school experience. And so do you want to share a little bit about this proverb, Mirko?
Yeah, absolutely. I think stories are intimate and they help us reveal our humanity and connect with each other. Love grounding the telling of stories in the Sankofa proverb that simply states, know your story, own your story is your power.
And so we're going to tell you, kind of weave together our narratives about our experiences in school. And then we're going to ask you to critically examine some of the practices that we use when we're talking about curriculum, that we use when we're talking about family and community engagement, and to really turn a critical lens to say, like, are we really empowering the voices of all students and their families, and not just those who have kind of earned, I guess you could say, the voice and the choice. So Mirko, kick us off.
So my journey or my story begins with the adults that you see pictured here. And typically when I look at this image, I like to imagine what I see is a loving couple that's posing for a picture. Now, what's not communicated by this photo is the fact that the man that's sitting there, my father, was a prominent Roman Catholic priest in the city of Boston. And he was a Roman Catholic priest for the entirety of his life while we were together. He's passed away since. That meant that for me, there was a duality to my relationship with my father. There were certain circumstances in which I can reveal that I had a father, and there were other circumstances in which I could not. The woman pictured there, my mom, she's a bipolar schizophrenic. She's been a bipolar schizophrenic my entire life, which has meant that growing up, I had to support in ensuring that she was taking meds, making it to medical appointments, ensuring that bills were paid, that there was food in the household. Things that for me growing up, I didn't see as problematic. I had a sense of pride in them and a sense of pride in my connection to being a first generation Haitian American. There's a Haitian flag up there because my parents were immigrants to the US. And again, as my story began, I had a great sense of pride in who I thought I was and being able to support my parents in the variety of burdens that they brought with them.
Now, I had a very, very different upbringing. My mom and dad both very highly educated. Both of them have master's degrees. They met at a retreat where my mom had a guitar slung on her back, and they fell madly in love. My dad actually wanted to be a Roman Catholic priest. He was in the seminary, and when he met my mother, he knew that that was just not the path that he was going to follow. And so my parents have been married for 45 years. My dad was a college professor. My mom was a fifth grade teacher. And so they were very much like ingrained in supporting us through the American education system. And growing up, I went to a middle-class school. It was, 95% white, 95% middle class. And so everything that a traditional system builds worked really, really well for me. And so I was always, a very proud student. I felt really involved in the school community. And I always felt as though everything was designed kind of with me and my family in mind. There was never this disconnect that, because does anyone know what we need to connect? So those are my parents last year, looking adorable in their buffalo plaid. And so we're going to talk about, the places that we were born should not in any way impact the quality of education and the relevance of our education. And yet in many ways it does.
Absolutely. So as I mentioned before, I had a great deal of pride in my identity and my family and our circumstance until I landed in the fourth grade, until I was at the age of making sense of who I was outside the household. And I learned that it was not okay to be me, not because of things that students said, but because I had teachers who would say things to me like, you don't look Haitian, you don't sound Haitian, you don't smell Haitian, so how could you be Haitian? Now, while I did not know what a Haitian person was supposed to look like, sound like, or smell like, I got a very, very crystal clear message that it was not okay to be Haitian. And as a result of that, for a long period of my life, until adulthood, I would not tell people who I was not related to that I was Haitian American. I would just say that I was African American, because when I said that, people wouldn't dig deeper and ask any other questions that would make me feel uncomfortable or unwelcomed.
And my school experience was very, very different. It was, we're going to have a Mother's Day celebration. Okay, great. We're going to have a Father's Day celebration. Okay, great. We're going to have a parent 50s night. That's fabulous. Like everything made sense. And so I knew that it was okay to be me. I could share my voice. I could question things. And it was very much people would listen because my parents were well thought of in the education community. My mother was a teacher where I was educated in a public school system, and my dad was a professor. And so they had earned their voice and choice to have the school deliver what me and my brother and my sister always needed. And so we want to talk a little bit about not only what happened with our school systems, but just in like a greater system here. So this is a picture of me in high school. This is absolutely ridiculous. It's a mesh tennis suit, but like it was kicking in 1993. And so here I am, like looking so cool. And the funny thing about this is, when I was in high school, I was friends with these 4 girls, and we called ourselves the Fabulous 5 because we were the starting 5 on the basketball team. And we were just out of control in like a ridiculously white suburban way. So like we would tell the principal, I never got a detention ever. It wasn't that we were in trouble, but we would say to the principal, when you do your morning announcements, can we go in and like sing a song behind you? And he'd be like, oh my gosh, you guys are adorable. Of course you can. And, so we'd go in a little Fab 5 and, we could always kind of like push buttons, like, can we leave to go to McDonald's? And it was just something that worked. And I always felt as though I could ask for anything. I could try anything. And it was always like, because of the family that I was a part of, it always was like, oh, you can or you can't. And I want to talk to you about my first experience with the police, because I had just gotten my license. I was 16 years old. I was so excited. And so even though my parents were going out to dinner, I wanted to drive there because it was like my first day having a license. And so my parents drove in their car and I drove behind in my car, and we had dinner, and then we were coming home, and I didn't turn my headlights on. And then I pulled out of the parking lot and I took a left, but I didn't realize that it was like, there was one of those like curbs in the middle of them. Okay. So I like take a wrong way on a one-way street. I don't have my lights on. I have to go over kind of like that curb in the middle, like and then I'm on the other side and I'm like so discombobulated because my lights aren't on. It's dark. I know I've gone the wrong way. And then I see the police lights behind me. And so I was like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, I just got my license. I'm going to lose it. And so I pull over And he's like, do you know why I pulled you over? I'm like, I do. I didn't have my lights on. And then I went the wrong way on the one-way street, and I went over that curb, and then I came down on this street, and then I was driving a little bit and I couldn't figure out how to turn my lights on. And the officer laughed at me. Like, he literally laughed at me. He was like this lovely man. And he was like, oh, you never actually say everything you did right when I asked. All I was going to say is your lights are off. Like, I didn't see that you turned. And so for me, it was very much like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. I just got my license. Oh, that's so great. Congratulations. And Mirko had a very different story.
So the story I will tell takes place about a year before the picture that you're seeing there was taken. And it was the summertime in July. It was a beautiful day. I was playing basketball with a group of friends. And we were doing what teenage boys do. We were trash talking each other about how the game went, who had smooth moves, who looked funny, who looked like they could go pro. In the middle of our conversation, a friend of mine named Duran stood up and said, yo, there's a D-Tech cruiser at the top of the street. We need to go inside the building. Now, for those of you who don't know what a D-Tech cruiser is, it's just 90s slang for an unmarked police cruiser. Now, when Duran said this, I didn't really understand it, and I questioned it. Because we weren't doing anything wrong. I knew that there was not an AC in the apartment or the building that we'd have to go into. And my feelings were, we're going to look suspicious if we run inside. We're not doing anything wrong. It's hot. Let's just continue to hang out. My friends had jokes. They said that I would learn my lesson. I was trying to be a tough guy. And they went into the building. Now, as soon as the glass door from the building closed, that cruiser eerily sped up and stopped in the middle of the street, right in front of where I was at. And it seemed like in a blink of an eye, 4 burly officers jumped out of the car and pinned me to the hood of a red Honda Civic that was parked right where I was standing. Now, I was frustrated and embarrassed. I didn't really understand what was going on. It was difficult for me to breathe because of the pressure that was on my back. I could feel the heat of that hot hood on my face, and I could hear them shouting at me, where are the guns, where are the drugs? Then I can hear them rummaging through the car. I guess the car doors were unlocked, so they began shouting, what do you have stashed here? Where did you steal this car from? Then I could feel my ankles get kicked apart, so my legs were spread, my belt buckle loosened, and my pants and underwear come down right there in the middle of the street. I guess they decided to do an anal cavity search. Now, just as quickly as this happened, it ended. I felt my underwear and pants come up quickly. There were no apologies. I'm assuming that they realized that I was clean and that the car was not stolen. They just quickly ran into their cruiser, drove off, and I just sat there on the sidewalk, frustrated, embarrassed, not understanding why that had happened to me, full of a lot of anger and frustration. My friends came out. Some were laughing that, you know, now I'd learned my lesson. I felt what it was like to be a tough guy. Some had extremely unsavory things to say about police, but I couldn't say anything. I was just frustrated. I was upset that they watched this happen and didn't do anything to intervene. Then I was upset that I was upset at my friends because I knew that there was nothing that they could do to help. So I just sat silently on the concrete until I could muster up the courage to get up, walk home, and take the number 28 bus. Now, fast forward a year later, when this photo was taken, it was actually on a day that I was skipping school. It was in an abandoned house, which was the clubhouse for me and my friends when we felt like there was no other safe space to be. By this particular point in time, I was deemed a behavioral problem by teachers in school. I was expelled from 3 middle schools and felt like school was not a place for me to be. And I received a phone call that dynamically changed my life. My friend Duran, who I had mentioned a little earlier, I had learned that he got murdered in front of his house, you know, for his white Nike Air Jordan sneakers. And it devastated me. It devastated me not because he was the first person that I had known who was a victim of street violence, because he was not. It devastated me because he was the first person that was part of my inner circle. The first person who I looked forward to, or used to look forward to seeing every day, that wouldn't be there any longer. And to add insult to injury, I failed to mention that Duran's father was a lieutenant detective on the Boston Police Force. And within my circle of friends and within kids who lived in the neighborhood, our assumption was that if anyone was going to be safe, it would be Duran because of what his father did for a living. And the fact that he got killed, murdered in front of his house while his dad, that lieutenant detective, was lying in his bed, it shocked me and shattered me. I felt like there was no way for me to be safe, with the exception of if I armed myself. And that's exactly what I did. I purchased the gun on the street and I carried it with me everywhere I went.
And so, when we think about, the lives that we live, these parallel lives, we're the same age and we grew up 40 minutes away from each other, how differently the system was built for me to be successful and for Mirko to always have to prove himself. Because in the system's, very inequitable lens, it's like, well, you have to prove you get the choice and the voice. And to question for me was like, oh, what a leader. And then to question, as Mirko shared, was to be defiant. And so, students don't have to behave the way we expect them to behave to earn the right to a very high quality education. They don't have to read at grade level to earn to be in a high quality education. And in many ways, the way that our system is built is very much, it's like, if you can show up and you can show that you deserve a rigorous education, then we will give one to you. Now, before we get into this identity development work, Mirko, can you talk about what happened when you were caught with the gun?
Yeah, so once I was caught with the gun, I remember the circumstances, sitting in the back of the police cruiser, tears in my eyes, looking at the officers and remembering in my head the voices of every adult who had ever said to me that I was going to wind up dead or in jail, that I was going to be a statistic, that I wasn't going to make it. And that I was a troublemaker, and feeling this heaviness that sat on me as I said to the officers in the front, I am sorry, I blew it. And hearing them kind of chuckle back at me that, yeah, absolutely right, you blew it, you're going away for a very, very, very long time. Luckily for me, I landed at a school that was very different than any type of school that I had ever experienced before, really just by chance. It was just a public school, but the adults operated differently. And they helped me realize that I had a voice because they would listen to things that I had to say. If there were things that I questioned, they had a willingness to engage with me in that. And there was a willingness to ensure that every piece of material that was put before me had a relevance to the world that I lived in. I understood that the experiences I was having at this different type of school were really about empowering me so I can make sense of the world outside of school. And it dynamically turned my life trajectory around.
So we're going to share a little bit about kind of that before and that after by talking about the difference between deficit-based mindsets and deficit-based systems, and asset-based mindsets and asset-based systems. And so Mirko's going to share a little bit about the work of Elise Futura, who is a scholar and researcher at the University of Wisconsin, on how the identity of people who are in charge of a district sometimes influences mindset about what students who are different are capable of.
So the long and short of this idea is that we are all on a spectrum or a range of where we fall in our level of comfortability or uncomfortability with folks who are different than us. And that difference may be as a result of race, class, gender, ability, sexual identity, gender identity, or religion. And we all fall in a range of 1 to 6. Now, when we think about that, if we fall in the range of being in a 1, 2, or 3, it's essentially the sense of having fear or repulsion of our students. We're afraid of them, they're scary, a sense of pity. We think it's so terrible that they have these tough circumstances outside of school and we feel bad for them. Or this sense of neutrality or ambivalence, I don't see color. If we land in one of those 3 spaces, then unfortunately, we cannot help or support or lift up our students. We don't see them and don't see their experience. If we pity them because we think they've had it worse than us, we don't see their resilience. If we are afraid of them, then we can't treat them with respect and dignity to engage with them. And if we don't see their difference, if we don't see their color, if we don't see their background or their identity, then we don't see them, because they certainly see and experience life a certain way as a result of folks who treat them a certain way based on that identity. We want to get to a space of acceptance, admiration, and ultimately of being allies. And we want to interrupt this cycle, this terrible cycle of putting labels on students that ensure that they have this marginalized experience because of a deficit view that we had, that leads to lower expectations of them, which leads to additional labels that are placed on them, which leads to remedial learning experiences, and premature school failure. And it's a cycle that we can interrupt if we do the self-work of ensuring that we check our biases and to ensure that we actually see the funds of knowledge and the wealth of resources and the value of our students and their humanity and their circumstance. And that's essentially what, is a big part of this work.
And that's what we were talking about in the last session too, is like, we can't say, oh, well, students with moderate disabilities need to be in a substantially separate setting, because that is like, oh, we feel bad, they won't be able to do the work. And that's an ableist view, to feel as though just because somebody has a disability, they're not capable of learning at really high levels. And so, all districts serve students who are in identity groups that have been historically marginalized. And when we say like, I don't want the kids with behaviors in here because, I don't know what their reaction is going to be, we'll never provide them with opportunities for mastery-oriented feedback and really thinking about learning at high levels. And when we have low expectations for students, when we say there's no way they could do the work, they haven't proven that they can do the work, they haven't earned the right to have a voice and have a choice, okay? What we do is we move them to a place where there's a huge opportunity gap. We're no longer gonna work at grade level. We're gonna change the pace, we're gonna decelerate the pace, we're not gonna provide enrichment. And so again, just think back to what is necessary for some students is good for all of them. Some students will need a lot of scaffolds and support so that they can continue to learn at high levels. And some students will need additional challenge so they can learn at high levels. And what we really want is to help kids see themselves as learners. Okay, the only reason to like separate and say, well, we have to put highly capable kids in this classroom and we have to put, substantially separate for moderate disabilities is because we believe that students cannot challenge themselves. They cannot think for themselves. And then students really struggle with self-direction and, flexible thinking and critical thinking and all of the things that we want for our kids most when they leave us to go to college and careers. And if you're going to be in a setting where you allowed a teacher to puppeteer everything you're doing, like, I know what's best for you, what that message is you don't know what's best for yourself. And that is deficit-based thinking. And so Mirko's going to talk a little bit about how this is really hard work because all of us have biases about students that might exhibit behaviors because of trauma or anxiety, because of students who, have disabilities and haven't shown themselves to be really successful. And you will hear ableist things from community members who say, I don't want my kids who have shown to be capable to be educated with these other kids that are going to slow them down, as if we cannot build empathy and as if a classroom cannot support multiple tasks and formats at the same time, which it can. So Mirko, do you want to do your bias quiz?
Yes, I do. Pop quiz. This will be an easy one. It's just a question or just a couple of questions. So we can put the question up on the screen. I want you to sit and think for a moment. Honestly, what comes to mind for you, honestly, when you think of an ex-con? Now pause for a moment so you can reflect on that. Now, if I am being honest, when I think of an ex-con, I typically think of hip hop music. I typically think of young brown kids. I typically think of people who look like me. I think of saggy pants. I think of men. I think of a lot of images that reflect people who I'm related to. What never comes to mind for me, this is me putting myself on the spot though, is Nelson Mandela. He famously was incarcerated, but he never comes to mind for me when I think of an ex-con. This image, I never think of a privileged white woman when I think of an ex-con. Martha Stewart famously went to prison. Now, I think what's awesome about this image of Martha Stewart and Snoop is also, I think you can use this image alone. If you lift it up and ask who's the ex-con in this image, I think it's easy for folks to gravitate to Snoop. Now, he's written music and talked about court cases that he's had, but he's never gone to jail. Just a quick way to lift up the fact that all of us have bias. And it's important to keep in mind that none of us are exempt from this work. If we move to the next part of the quiz, it's another simple question just around a word. But what comes to mind for you when you think of a refugee? I'll pause again to let you reflect, and then I'll share what my thinking is. Now, when I think of a refugee, I shared with you that I'm a Haitian American, firstborn Haitian American. When I grew up in the 80s, there was a lot of talk about people who were upset about the Haitian folks who were coming to the US on rafts and other things. So when I think of refugee, my mind automatically goes back to people who have the same ethnic background as mine. My mind immediately thinks about the Middle East and some of the instability that is there. What never comes to mind for me, though, is Albert Einstein. He was a famous refugee. One of the most well-known humans that have ever walked this planet. I never think of him when I think of that term, nor do I think of a privileged white woman who is rich and famous like Noya Kunis. Just doesn't come to mind for me. This is just a quick way of being able to lift up that there are terms that we use on a regular basis due to our own biases, due to our own programming. If we are not able to interrupt the cycle of thinking, we unintentionally make these connections to these biases that lead us to making judgments about our kids. Sometimes it leads us to making judgments about our colleagues. If we're folks in leadership roles within education, sometimes it leads to us making decisions about our subordinates that are completely based on bias. This is self-work, and we need to interrupt the cycle. Now, when we think about how this interrupts, or excuse me, how this impacts our students, it's simply because bias often leads to low expectations, and low expectations lead to low achievement due to something called the Pygmalion effect. It's a vicious cycle in which our beliefs influence our actions, which impact others' beliefs, which cause others' actions to reinforce our beliefs. So if we're not able to interrupt the cycle and do the self-work, the reflective work of removing the bias from ourselves, we become a barrier that impedes our students from being able to learn. We become a barrier that impedes them from feeling safe and welcomed within our classrooms and our school environment.
And a lot of this work also comes down to like, what really is the goal for our students, right? If we want all students to be college and career ready, to be contributing to a global society, to learn at high levels, it does not mean all of our kids are going to score the exact same on these standardized measures. So let me give you an analogy. I know as a former cross-country coach and a long distance runner that all of you can run a marathon. There is absolutely no doubt. I know that all of you can run a marathon. And I also know that if we were going to training together, we would all start together, would have some explicit instruction together, would do some stretching techniques. Everyone would be setting their own running goals. Some people would need knee braces. Some people would need to walk, run at first, right? We'd all be at different paces, but a great coach could coach all of us. Me who have run marathons, maybe you who have never run a mile, right? But you could run a marathon or finish a marathon. It might be a jog walk, an interval marathon. It might be over the course of a couple days, and it might be in a wheelchair. But I think what's really important is that everybody deserves access to that great coach, right? The amazing coaching advice, if your knee hurts, this is what you're gonna try, the personal goal setting, and then the options and choices for based on where you are today. Variability is what you need right now. Then think about which of these workouts is best for you, and then reflect on how you feel and set goals. And the same thing can happen in classrooms. Now, when you think about the multi-tiered system, there's things that have to be in place. We have to build teachers' competency to be able to do this through really high quality professional development and coaching, and through our ed-eval system, and through professional learning communities. And we have to make sure we have the right implementation materials. Like for us to run, we need water, we need refueling, we need decent sneakers with some good padding. Okay. You need a sweatshirt. If it's real cold, you definitely need a hydration pack if you're going over 15 or 20 miles, right? So you need a flexible curriculum. You need access to technology. You need a schedule that allows students to get what they need. But most of this work is mindset work. It's self-work. And that falls under the leadership driver, which is creating a vision for this work, which is creating a culture of family and community engagement. That do we all believe that our kids can learn at high levels? Do we all believe that when given the best teaching and the right supports and the space to reflect, that you can move forward in your learning and nobody loses, right? Because a really, really brilliant coach can work with everyone. So Mirko, to bring back together, what right now do we know, and why do we have inequitable systems, and why do we have huge opportunity gaps, which is a much bigger concern than looking at the achievement outcomes, because it's a chicken or an egg. When students don't have equal opportunities to learn at high levels, we cannot expect them to have equal outcomes when expectations are high. So Mirko?
Absolutely. We know we have years and years of data that shows that what we have been doing is not working for all students. We know that we have students who are not experiencing equitable outcomes. We know that giving students voice and choice helps them overcome that bias because it shifts the dynamic where they are in the driver's seat and they are able to experience an educational journey where it is truly about them being empowered and about them and not something that's being done to them. We know if we universally design things and if we universally design things taking into consideration that identity can sometimes be a barrier, we're able to challenge and support students so they can meet high expectations. I know this personally due to my own life experience, right? I am proof, living proof. I like to tell folks that there's no such thing as a throwaway kid, because I was that kid who entered high school with felony gun charges and who was expelled 3 times, yet here I stand as a school leader who has accomplished a lot of great things in life, all as the result of educators who knew that they had to do things differently and knew that they can authentically engage me and help me retrust the system that I thought treated me like an afterthought or treated me like I didn't belong by listening to my voice. And trusting that I could provide feedback about how this learning experience felt. And if I did that, that I would know that there was something at stake for me, that it wasn't just about quote unquote old people talking down to me, but that I had a stake in it if I had voice. And again, that's a huge part of this work, which humanizes, our kiddos to ourselves and to them and provides them with a great sense of empowerment.
And so I'm going to tell you the very interesting end to my story, because although I was a model student, every report card I ever had proudly said, pleasure to have in class. I was a subpar student. I was a really good kid. I was really nice to all my classmates, and I would do anything that was asked of me, but no one ever asked me to do much more. And so I had a solid C+, B- going, and I was just skirting through high school, living the dream, right? No pressure, no challenge, like never was in an honors class, and nobody thought that I was capable of more than that. And so this work is not just about like looking at some of our students are marginalized, but every student deserves someone to say, I know that you're capable of more. I know that you can work at high levels. And so for me, I almost went through an entire system believing that I was just kind of like showing up. I actually got waitlisted from a state college. I did not get into our state college right away. And I was like devastated. Like, what do you mean I don't get in? Like, everything has worked for me. But then I met Mrs. Krause, and Mrs. Krause was a 12th grade teacher, and I was in like college prep English, which was below honors English, which was below AP English. And this for me, like really helped me to for the research that I now see on opportunity gaps, made it come alive. Because I first essay of the year was like, just draft a college essay. You might not all go to college, right? That's not the expectation where I grew up. You might not all go to college, but like, I want you to be familiar with a college essay. Everybody just write a draft, and we're going to spend a couple weeks learning about writing through what you wrote. And so I wrote something down about a sailing trip that I went on once with my friend, and Mrs. Krause asked me to stay after school. And I was like, what? Like, I mean, honestly, I couldn't, I'm like, why would you ask me to stay after school? This is crazy. And so it was like, I had to get to track practice. And she said to me, I read that essay. It was just so brilliant. Like, it was raw. Like, you definitely need some help with the conventions. And I think that you could do some more with narrative timing, but like the word choice and like the structure, it was really brilliant. And I can't allow you to stay in that class anymore. I've already called your parents and we're putting you in honors English. And I'm like, what? No, like I'm not an honor student. And she's like, no, you are. And listen, like, I don't mind giving up lunch. You're going to catch up really quick. Like, I'm going to teach you some of the things you missed out on. And I was like, honestly, like flabbergasted, obviously it felt good that somebody thought I could do more. But it changed my whole entire life, right? A teacher saying, I know that you can learn at high levels. Yeah, you're going to need more support. Maybe you're going to need to spend more time, but 'tis life, right? We have to work harder for things that we really want. And so I went on, I got into college after I was waitlisted. I went and got a master's degree. I got a PhD, I got a doctorate. And I wrote UDL Now. And when UDL Now had written 50,000 copies, I did another version of it and I dedicated it to Mrs. Krause. And I wanted to take her out to dinner. And so I found her on Facebook and I said, can I please take you out to dinner? And I gave her the book and I'm like, I don't think you you even know what you did for me just by like saying you can do more. Like the system has not pushed you enough. And she was like, what did I do? And I'm like, remember I wrote that college essay? And she's like, I do remember your college essay. Like, this is 22 years later. I do remember your college essay. It was about sailing. And I'm like, yes, it was about sailing. And then you took me aside and you told me that I was going to go in that honors class. And she goes, oh, I don't remember that. I'm like, Mrs. Krause, this was like the biggest moment in my entire academic life. And she goes, oh, Katie, I did that for everyone. Over the course of the next couple of years, I just eliminated all the other levels and everyone took honors. I believed everyone could do honors work. She's like, so I had to start with just showing that anyone you invite into honors is going to learn at high levels. I'm like, I was a lab rat, right? But no, here's the thing, is she had high expectations for all kids and they met them. And so this is about truly providing numerous opportunities for students to get the support they need and the challenge they need. And we have to move away from one size fits all solutions. And so, you know, just as an example of the things that work for me, like a parent 50s night. This is like 50s middle America. We have students from all over the world whose 50s wasn't like the poodle skirts and like the soda fountains, right? So when we say we're having a 50s day, it's extremely exclusionary. Okay, it's about white middle-class America in the 50s. When we talk about father-daughter dances, it's extremely exclusionary. Okay, we can predict that many young women, those who identify as women, are not going to have relationships with a man in their life for whatever reason, and to put that on display is very problematic. And a lot of the things that we do as a community are one size fits all. A great example is back to school night. If you care about your kid, you'll be here at 7 p.m. on a Thursday, assuming you can pay for childcare, assuming that you're not working at that time, assuming that there are no other conflicts, that you feel comfortable going into the school, that you can understand everything the teacher's saying. And so when we think about one size fits all, and we really embrace variability, we say, do we want to involve all parents? Do we believe that all parents are doing the best they can with what they have for their kids? If the answer is yes, you create an asset-based system, and parent involvement looks very different. So Mirko, talk a little bit about the parent involvement at your school and how it's so different from a traditional back to school night.
Absolutely. So when we have a back to school night, we think first and foremost, why would parents want to come to this? Is it a circumstance where we want them to feel like we need them and there's something that we need from you? Or is there another reason that they would want to come? We know that there's some parents who just want to engage and talk about curriculum and the syllabus. There's some parents who want to socialize. When they get off of work, they don't want to go into a high-powered meeting. So we design our back to school night as a community celebration of the launch of the school year. So we certainly have opportunities to talk to educators and look at curriculum resources. But there are a lot of community organizations that are present with information and resources for families who don't even have partnerships with the school. It's not about us. It's about celebrating the fact that our kids who we share in this community are going to school. We have food. We have food that represents the variety of different cultures that have manifested in who our parent population is. And we make sure that it's hot food. I often say to folks that as someone who is Haitian American, when I think of food, I don't think of sandwiches. And my grandmother would say that it was disrespectful to invite somebody over or say you have dinner for somebody and you're providing them with something cold. I want to see rice and beans. I want to see chicken. It makes a difference for our families if they show up and they can see that we've made the small gesture of saying, hey, if we're taking you away from dinner time, we're going to provide you with food that you can eat and that your kiddos can eat that represents what they would have at home. It's not going to be this awkward experience for you. We have performances. We make it an authentic celebration because we realize there's some folks who are going to come, not because they want to talk about curriculum, but we can have that conversation, but they want to socialize. They want to have some food. They want to have some fun. And isn't it marvelous for us to be able to say back to school night is about that our objective is not just about telling parents that we need you to know stuff because if we don't shame you into having this information, you're not a good one. Isn't it awesome to say, hey, this is assets based and it's truly about putting on for display the wealth of just cultures and different things that exist within our community. And we're going to celebrate it as we come together and say our kids are going to have a great year, and we're going to make back to school a holiday. Because who doesn't enjoy a celebration, and particularly if it's one that represents them?
And the other thing is that can't be the only engagement activity of the year, right? So when I was a 7th grade teacher, one day a month, we would give up every single part of our day, including before school, during our prep, during our lunch, and after school. And we would say, like, some of you just might want to come and ask questions and hang out. It's not a conference. Like, you know, we're going to be talking about an interdisciplinary unit that we're coming on. A predominant language that we served was Farsi. And so we'll have it in Farsi, we'll have it in English. And, you know, so you can come in the morning if you want some coffee. Your kids are already here. You can bring your little ones. We're going to hang out with them as well. One of us would excuse ourselves and play with the littles in the other room while the other teachers could share. Talking about, like, you know, giving the option to say, if you want to know how your student's doing, you can sign up for a reminds or a class tag, and we can send work and invite you to do that. Another really cool thing is academic showcases before and after sporting events, right? A lot of people will come in for your basketball games, for your, you know, your football games and things, is we would put out like student work, like student artwork, student portfolios, read these poems on the walk into the hallway. You know, this is about, again, we serve communities, we serve families. We are not only in the business of making test scores go up, but when we involve families and we create communities and we give voices after they come, give them exit tickets, right? Multiple language exit tickets. You know, we want to hear from you. What do you want to be involved in? And just the sentence stem, it would be cool if ... will give you more than you will ever need for ideas about how to work with families. Okay. That's all you need. It would be cool if. It would be cool if we did this more often. It would be cool if we did this in the morning and had childcare. It would be cool if this was done in Spanish. It would be cool if it was televised so I could watch from home, right? And you start then saying, your voice is important. We're now going to offer the option of a live stream. We're going to offer an option of teacher conferences before basketball games, right? All of those things is because we believe in an equitable system. We also have to take a really critical look at our curriculum. This right here, as Massachusetts educators, this pains us to talk about. Massachusetts, if it was a country, is the highest performing country in the world if Massachusetts was isolated. I work in the school district that performed 3rd in Massachusetts. So very, very high performing for students who come from privilege. And we have small enough identity groups that it gets the hidden performance, right? And so if we believe in all students, we have to look at curriculum. Well, our state test in Massachusetts last year, which is a graduation requirement and high stakes in 10th grade, shared an excerpt of this Pulitzer Prize winning novel on the Underground Railroad. And every 10th grader in Massachusetts was required to write a diary entry from the point of view of a very racist character who used very, very inappropriate racially charged language. And that was the state test in a very liberal, equitable, all means all state. And I can't imagine how many people this got by. And they ended up, because the teachers union pushed back against it, the school board pushed back against it, that they threw away the question afterwards. But like, no one noticed. Okay, working through Pearson, working through the State Department of Ed, there's like a teachers union. It's like, but this is such a great book. It's exclusionary, it's offensive. And so this work goes so much beyond let's get kids with disabilities in general education classrooms, which is what a lot of people think of when they think of inclusion. So Mirko, again, the big points we want to leave everyone with tonight as we think about beyond access.
Are we valuing impact over intent? And when we say impact, explicitly in and through the lives of our kids, are we ensuring that they see themselves represented in the work, that we're making efforts to say, we know that people who have the same background as you have contributed to our society in meaningful ways, and you will as well? Are we listening to their voices to show that we know what is relevant, authentically relevant material? Or are we old folks who are saying, this is going to matter to you sometime in the future, and having our kiddos tune out? Are we authentically identifying and eliminating barriers, and particularly if those barriers are our own bias and our choices as it pertains to curriculum? And are we optimizing that voice and choice? You know, schools, I like to say, are one of the few places in our society in which the customer's not right. Our families and our students are our customers, our clients, and they're not provided with choice. If they have allergies, if there are things that don't work for them, we often say, this is what we have. These are our policies. This is our curriculum. This is the way we roll. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. And it shouldn't be that way. It should truly be about us hearing their voices so that we make sure that the experience that we're providing is authentically rewarding and authentically one that lifts up the fact that there should be nothing that holds them back from becoming successful.
And so we wanted to give a couple of minutes of questions if you have any burning questions. But as we started, there is going to not be closure after this meeting, okay? Like there's so many questions. There's like, what do we do now? And this is, the workshop is self-work. You know, getting into a space to start thinking critically about some of the decisions that you're making at a board level and at a curriculum level and saying, have we really listened to all stakeholders and not just those stakeholders with privilege who show up, you know, and can be a part of meetings and who can answer surveys in English, but are we really seeking out the voices of all of the people that we serve? And that goes for our students as well. And so we want to give you some time for a couple of questions, but what we're going to end with first is Marco had shared that he is a hip hop artist, and I'm still trying to convince him to put me in one of his videos. I'm really banking on that eventually. But I am just going to have him end with one of his, it's a poem of which he actually raps in this video, which is amazing. I'm gonna make sure you have this presentation. I also have all those resources for you that you asked for last time, like examples of UDL lessons, some of the research on its effectiveness, and then of course, what does it look like in other districts? So I will be sending that to Donna with a link to this presentation, but Mirko, could you leave us with these final words before we answer any questions and then let them off to their meeting?
The inequity of a privileged eye judges those such as I, no matter how reformed or how hard we try. Yet our humanity is not defined by their inability to accept our fragility. So the only choice is to authentically be ourselves. Leaving is not an option. And if it gets better, it'll only be through our resilience, as manifested through our willingness to stay and persevere. Every storm has an end, and the night may have come, but the sun, my friends, it will return and reappear.
So that is our presentation for you. And we would just love to offer you some space for sharing maybe just a takeaway or any questions. And again, the question of what you do next, it's not a question we can answer in 5 minutes, because it's really about asking all of your stakeholders what comes next, elevating and celebrating the voices of your constituents who you represent, and they're gonna have a much better answer than us. And again, the best way to get feedback is honestly to give people, it would be really cool if, or it would be really great if, you know, whatever you decide to use, because it prompts people, instead of saying what's wrong with the system, to suggest something that would make it more authentic and relevant and meaningful, because we want all kids to have equal opportunities to be supported and learn at their highest levels, so they don't end up in the deficit-based mindset, and instead they know that they are elevated and celebrated for everything that they are. So if we want to like go around the wheel here and everyone just wants to kind of share a final reflection or ask a question, and then you can go on with your agenda.
I'll start. Hi, thank you so much to the both of you. And this has been really impactful. And I totally buy into everything that both of you have presented. And so I was thinking about this, right? As we're doing this work, there's a lot of, you know, when you're trying to change knowledge and values and then ultimately change behaviors. So how do you do that when you're in a system that's predominantly, you know, you're asking a system that at all level are predominantly of one race or one gender and, you know, or one like kind of neurocognition ability to try to think from an other perspective. So when I feel like that, it's a lot of work to kind of learn what we don't know and who is leading us in that work and what are the part in the system that holds us accountable that we normally would fall back to. So everything that you said today makes sense to me, but how do I carry this through every decision I make? through as my lens, and it will take a long time for me to ingrain that as part of my everyday lens. But while I'm doing that, you know, things are being dropped or we're not fully meeting students' need. And so there's, I guess, there's this balance of doing our own growth and understanding, but then what kind of systemic kind of placeholder or systems that we put in place to make sure that we're actually moving forward and help us hold accountable. So just kind of my thoughts.
I really like this. And I mean, you were able to put a lot of my thoughts into very actionable words. We're looking at our fundamentals, our ends, and our ends as far as policy governance goes, and we're looking at our diversity and equity policy. And what I always struggle with is that, yeah, but so what, right? I mean, we say these words, but what does that actually mean in action? And I think that you really give me some things to look at, and very student driven. I mean, the first thing I wrote down is all students should have equal opportunities to learn. And if that's not a fundamental, I don't know what is. So this really helps me. One thing that I was thinking about, and just, I mean, you know, I mean, the world is very into growth mindset right now. And so I assume your discussion of asset-based is similar to growth mindset. Am I kind of picking that up right without knowing much about it?
So asset-based is just the belief that all students can learn at high levels. The growth mindset would be that we have to not only build that through teacher efficacy. I can teach all students, okay? I can challenge all students, I can support all students. It's also building the student mindset. I am an expert learner. The system doesn't get to decide what I am capable of. I get to decide what I am capable of. And it's also about the parents embracing the messiness of learning to be a learner, as opposed to a compliant system where kids do what they're told, they get good grades, they continue to move on, but do they ever really know how to challenge themselves? Do they ever really know how to support themselves? You know, one really interesting thing is the University of Washington has a 49% acceptance rate. So it's a very, very competitive university. And they only have, after 6 years, an 83% graduation rate. So 17% of kids will drop out or fail out. So that doesn't count transfers, okay? 17% of the highest achieving kids in the state will not graduate with a college degree. And a lot of that becomes that we're so dependent on the system to challenge us. When you go to college, the system's just gonna say, I need this done next week. You know, you're only in class for 2 hours a week. And so it's very important that we help students to learn how to learn. So they're definitely connected, but the asset-based is, I believe all kids can build that growth mindset, can become learners. And that means that I know that I can help the system become that. So your asset-based view very much would be, I believe we can make this system more equitable, that we can increase people's perception and engagement. I believe I can do that. And to do that, you will need to adopt a growth mindset, because the work is long and the work is messy, just like Tam said.
Sorry, chaos in my house.
So for me, my biggest takeaway from all of this, and I really enjoyed hearing from both of you, and I, by the way, have got their book if anybody wants to borrow it. It's excellent. For me, the biggest takeaway from this, especially, thank you for sharing your childhood stories and school experiences with us, is that children are learning all the time. Like, that's their main job, is learning. And so the messages that they get from schools and from teachers, whether explicit, you don't belong here, or implicit, oh, don't you want to take this easier class kind of thing, like, they're learning who they are, and they're learning what's expected of them, just the same way that they're learning math, or they're learning English, or they're not learning math, or they're not learning English stuff, So just like the importance of that can't be estimated, you know, of those messages that we send to them. So thank you very much. This was really interesting.
I'd like to echo the thanks as well. I think our community has certainly spoken with, this is the most diverse school board we've ever had. And I think our community has spoken in the importance of diversity and the acknowledgement of being a diverse culture, despite our previous upbringings on Mercer Island. At least, I know Tam has grown up in Idaho and I grew up in South Dakota. So we've experienced, you know, being in a all white society and things like that, and what that's like. And that's not what Mercer Island wants. And that's why they've elected us and put us in this position to help ensure our kids, you know, have a diverse perspective, both I think culturally and quite frankly economically too. Both those play in, and I super appreciate what you've talked about today. And how do we balance all these different issues around diversity? And that's our biggest challenge we have. We've got identities being, you know, posed against each other. Why are you spending so much time on X when the problems are all on Y? And how do we as a board and as a school district navigate that and help, you know, raise our kids appropriately so that they are great global citizens. And it's challenging. We also turn over our kids. I mean, the most formative years, I guess, are middle and high school, and we turn those kids over pretty quickly. So the fact that, you know, our community sees things happen repeatedly is not an indicator of kids being bad, but an indicator of kids growing up and going through the system. And so how do we deal with that as well? You find out you're repeating the same messages multiple times, but then you realize that's important because there are always new kids and you're saying the same things too. So I super appreciate all the feedback and the discussion today. Thank you.
Brian, I know you joined us late. Anything you want to chime in on?
I will just say I'm so sad that I couldn't be here at the beginning of the meeting, but I look forward to going back and reviewing everything. I so appreciated everything you presented last time we were together. Marco, I look forward to hearing more of your stories and your background and everything and your input to this. And I'm part of the choir in the subject, so I'm just so happy and grateful that you're here. And I'm very hopeful that our district is moving in this direction. So thank you so much for your time and your knowledge.
So I just will speak on behalf of the staff that is here. Thank you. We have been rolling up our sleeves and diving into this work, and learning from others who are in doing it with us is the best way that we can continue to grow. So really, really appreciate your perspective, and that's what I've continued to say to our board and to other staff is having the conversations alongside those who are doing this work in schools is so important for us. There's lots of conversation, of course, that's happening in the community and with adults, but how are we impacting our students? And so it's a roll up our sleeves for the next years ahead. It's ongoing work that is hard, but so worthwhile. So thank you for tonight. It was another inspirational time for us, and now we get to go into our board meeting.
You all have a wonderful board meeting. Thank you so much for having us. I will send you those resources. I've been putting them together. You'll have a copy of the slide decks as well. And don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Mirko.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Oh, wait, I'm just going to leave the meeting. There we go.
President Lurie, would you like to take a brief break before we go into the regular meeting, or do you want to start and then take a break?
We lost Maggie Tai.
We did.
We did. I'm sure she'll jump right back in.
She was having technical problems earlier.
Yeah, I will defer to others. Do you guys want to take a break now, or you want to go for a while longer and then take a break?
Take a break now. It's a natural kind of break.
Okay.
Moment. So we don't
All right, come back at 6:20.
have to.
Sounds good. 6:20.
6:20. All right, see you soon.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I just want to talk for a sec about next steps. The thinking when we asked Katie to participate in some board learning was just to kind of give us a little bit of a foundation to continue our work on the fundamentals. We do have another board learning opportunity in 2 weeks, I think. But that's much more of a general policy governance board norm type thing rather than focused on substantive learning. So the next steps will be that Maggie, Ty, and I will be working with Donna to set up some more study sessions, board meetings to continue our work with the fundamentals. Right? And okay, so we have, I am first looking for a motion to establish the agenda.
Motion to establish.
So
the
moved.
agenda as- oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Maggie Ty.
I was just saying motion to establish the agenda as published.
Second.
Any discussion? I just want to let everyone know the agenda is chalked pretty full tonight. We're getting a late start and we have an executive session after. So let's just keep that in mind as we move through our agenda. And if we need additional time to talk about things, we can always add it on again at a future meeting. So I am looking for votes to approve our agenda. If you please indicate by saying aye if you approve the establishment of the agenda. I am seeing 4 and 5, 0. Any opposed? The motion passes. The agenda is established. We are at 3A, recognition of formal Mercer Island High School coach Peppel.
So as you probably have already heard and may have seen in our Mercer Island Reporter, which doesn't get a lot of paper copies, but I know some people still see it online. Very sadly, we lost Coach Ed Peppel on September 14th at the age of 88. He is the winningest coach in state high school basketball history, including 42 years of coaching at Mercer Island High School. Coach P, as he was affectionately known by all of his players, had 952 victories in 49 years of coaching overall, and he retired from Mercer Island High School in 2009. His Islander teams won 4 state titles and produced some famous players such as former NBA center Steve Hawes and Quinn Snyder. And Quinn Snyder is now the head coach of Utah Jazz. Both of his sons played for him, as well as his grandson, who is now a college head coach himself. Of Peppel's 4 state championships, 3 were at 4A level and 1 was at the 3A level in 1999. Coach Peppel was a member of 6 local and national athletic halls of fame, and in 2012 received the award for Lifetime Achievement in Coaching from Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame. Our current Mercer Island High School head boys basketball coach, Captain Bree, who played for Coach Peppel and then succeeded him in 2009, says, Coach Peppel was a role model and a leader to so many. I honestly think about him almost every day in one way or another. The simple task of being on time was one of the most important things he taught us. If you can't be on time, be early. When I'm late for something, I always think of him. Also from another player, Coach Peppel cultivated a basketball culture on Mercer Island starting when he arrived in 1967 that still lives on today. He motivated his student athletes to get the most out of themselves as humanly possible. His legacy is the imprint he made on his players and the relationships and basketball family he created. All MI basketball alums are connected by his legacy. So we send our sympathies to Coach Peppel's family, but honor his great achievements and contributions to our students over the years.
Thank you. We have no public, we did not receive, we started our new procedure with public input and did not receive any requests to provide public input. So we will move on to 3C, superintendent update, OE9, communication and support to the board.
So a couple of things tonight. First up, I did again want to point out, and I've saved 2 copies for our student reps. They're not here, but they were interviewed for the Mercer Island Reporter. They did a great job. The title of the article is Letting Their Voices Be Heard. And so our 2 student reps were featured, Paul Noon and Morgan Dawes. And I think my heart swelled when I saw the quote, they actually value what you say. I thought that was pretty impactful, just knowing as a student you have a voice and you can make change and advocate for what you want in school. So that was in reference to the board. They actually value what they say. So that warmed my heart to see that. So moving forward now to reopening, things continue to go well. Our students are engaged from the data that we have, particularly when it comes to attendance. We are having great attendance rates in our remote learning. But as the board knows, as we talked previously, the county has entered what's called moderate range. And so we continue to monitor that. The numbers are going down. And so we are in that planning process for moving to more in-person. And we continue to look at the data, but we are moving forward with what we've said from the beginning of our priorities of our youngest learners and our most impacted students. So that would be our kindergarten, and we're looking at a projected start for kindergarten of October 19th. That's that mid-October date that we have been discussing. I do need to share with the board, as you hear frequently in some of your meetings with other groups, the guidance from all the different entities that weigh into how we are operating our schools in person in particular during this time continues to be updated, so to speak, and evolving. We do anticipate some more guidance that perhaps is coming from the governor's office next week, along with the Department of Labor and Industry, which will of course be tied to Department of Health. We got a little bit of a heads up on that earlier this week. We also anticipate there could be some further updating to the information from the WIAA. So moving forward with that and wanting to communicate with our families, we're certainly first out with kindergarten. We're looking at, because we already made the adjustments in staffing to have those classes at the size they could be at, where we could have the whole class come in. We would then, within 3 weeks, be able to move to our first grade students. Might have to make some slight adjustments, but not huge ones for first grade. One of the things that staff would like to get some board input on is we have made from the beginning of our planning process a real commitment to 5 days a week of instruction, live instruction or face-to-face instruction for our students across all grades. And so we know that we've been able to make adjustments for our youngest learners, particularly our kindergarten and our first grade, but we really need to clarify for families. There's a lot of discussion around districts moving to a hybrid model. Hybrid for us has been what we call orange learning. Hybrid for many other districts is a model that says half of the students, 50% of the students, come 2 days a week. 50% come the other 2 days or 3 days, depending on the week. When a student is not in person, their contact with teachers is minimal to almost zero. Their learning is independent, remote, asynchronous. we have felt strongly, and we heard loudly in the learning forward groups, particularly from the parents in those groups, that they really wanted that instruction to occur 5 days a week. The remote learning schedules that have been built, particularly in the middle school and the high school, as they transition into more orange learning, that will probably not come till late in frankly, November, by the time we phased in different groups with the caution that King County Public Health has asked us to take, does give us some sense that we have space in there to bring students in for some in-person learning, for students furthest from educational justice, content that's not easily delivered in a remote setting, social emotional learning, and even specific supports for students who are new to the district. Where we struggle a little bit in adapting our remote learning schedule is in grades 2 to 5. We have a very robust schedule with strong instructional blocks in it for our students. And to adjust that to more delivery of in-person learning, we would need to probably be reducing the amount of daily interaction that students would have with their teacher. And so we would kind of like to hear the board's feedback on that. We did hear initially from parents that that was really important to have daily contact for students with their teachers 5 days a week. We've tried to fulfill that, but we have heard by some emails, and again, it's not everyone, it's those who have the concerns as to, now we're in the moderate range, when is my child, going to be in school? So that being said, before we go into our next part of the superintendent update regarding district improvement planning that we're doing, I would like to ask for some feedback if you have any thoughts on the orange learning phase.
I'm happy to start. I appreciate what's being done for K through first graders and special needs kids, that we're trying to bring them in person. I really thought the idea around clubs and kind of extracurricular activities, being able to bring kids together for that, really resonates with me. It eliminates some of the academic stresses, but brings in the social connection that kids really need. And I think so many kids are really, missing that in a big way. So I think if kids can come together around things they enjoy, which are the extracurriculars, more so than just academics. Academics are thrown in together. It's not a choice. Extracurriculars, it's very much a student choice. So I'd be all in to think about how do we enable that for 2nd through 12th grade, actually. That's all I have.
Thank you.
I think that's a really good point, David. Thank you for that. I think that now that we're, several weeks into the school year and people really have a feel for what remote learning is, I actually think it would be a really great time to send this question out to our community, because before in the summer it was very abstract. But now it's reality. We know what it is. And parents, I think, are going to be able to give us the best idea of, what's going to work for them or their child. And then, and maybe even ask parents, what's best for your child? And then what do you think is best kind of overall? Because it might not be their child might, they might feel like their child has different needs than kind of the overall group. I really like what David said about the extracurricular clubs, music, sports. It is where so many kids connect to each other, to our staff, to our community. And it really is what so many of them are missing, that I think I think likely it's going to be a really good way to balance continuing the strong academic program that our staff has built over the summer and is now providing, along with meeting the social needs, or at least improving the social needs for all of our kids. I would do a survey that kind of gives options, that isn't too abstract, that you know, kind of like lays out 3 different scenarios of what the leadership team thinks is possible, even to not throw out something that, you know, to say, you know, do remote learning, do, you know, half and half, and then where teachers are teaching, you know, 70 hours a week. Because we know that I've seen lots of Facebook posts where teachers are enjoying and they're working harder than they've ever worked in their lives. And I'm really, really getting nervous about burnout and fatigue for our teachers. So we have to balance that too.
I think it's really, really important to reiterate again that what we've said from the beginning, that and some of our teachers are actually doing this right now because they have some appointments for our students with disabilities where they're doing remote and in person, and it really becomes very difficult for that to be sustained. So that's part of the balancing act as we look at the schedules, is how do we start to bring in students, particularly again in the 2 through 5. That's been the barrier that we've been trying to kind of break down, is how can we bring students in those grade bands safely within the requirements that we have to have, the 6-foot distancing, et cetera, still provide the strong academic program, but not build this space where, you know, teachers are doing remote learning and in person. And it could mean that if people really strongly feel they want to have everybody wants to have a set amount of in-person, then the result of that is there might have to be some give on how much of the live remote that kids would receive. Like they might have to have a day of asynchronous or independent learning that occurs. We also have to be really careful in a survey, because a little bit of the experience we had previously is people made the presumption that if I choose one of these, that's the choice I'm going to get. And we can't provide all the choices. We could provide, you know, kind of the one. So we would have to be really careful in the language for that. But thank you. Any other insider input?
Well, I really support the surveying the family. And actually, I would ask that we survey them even, since, you know, you're going to send out a survey, I would rather, you know, fill out at least 10 minutes of survey versus like 3 questions or 4 questions. So really ask folks about what is working during this time. It's a good opportunity for us to see if do they like the consistency, what is it about our current model that they're liking? And then that would also help us shape on what we can continue. Can their kids do work during the afternoon asynchronously? See how that is working. So I think that really helps inform kind of the range of what the administration is able to do. And in this kind of in between, for me personally, there is, how do we make sure that we don't sacrifice learning? Right. And so learning how students learn, you know, if they're able to learn independently, you know, great. But if they can't, we have to, then it makes me think about how do we actually have to rethink our current hybrid model? And does that take a different teaching modality? Does that take more resources? I know we're limited in resources, but those are things I think we have to think of what is the best structure. And then at least we can lay it out to the community and tell them why we can't do certain things because of all of these other limitations. But I think at this time we should explore everything. And I really like David's idea of, at the very least, how do we make sure that we get folks, the kids together for more of the social aspect? I think that's what parents are wanting. But overall, personally, like actually my kids are doing it, actually, they're enjoying this, the consistency, right? And they are doing the morning work with the teachers. They are doing the afternoon work by themselves. So I think people have gotten into a routine, right? And then, and so it's helped us to identify what they're willing to sacrifice to be back in the community, you know, in person. So yeah, so I just feel like, well, we should ask a little bit more of how things are going from the community.
Thank you.
Yes, so I'll just chime in to say I also support surveying, making clear that it is a survey and we're wondering what might work better for them, but that it is not a commitment on either side. You know, I also would just like to share my perspective as a parent of a kid in that 2 to 5 range, and we're doing the My Online option. It's a full-time job for the parent. And so, you know, it's easy to say, you know, it's easy for a parent to say, oh, sure, you know, I'm desperate to get my kid back in school in person. Yeah, fine. Maybe, you know, 2 days a week, they'll have to be doing, you know, asynchronous, no teacher, online. Well, you know, you, the parent, are going to be doing that with them. They need a lot of guidance. The systems, you know, and it wouldn't even be the My Online system, it would be something else, right? So it's just like, I think parents, there are a lot of reasons we would all like our kids to be back in school, but one of the big ones is social, emotional, and, you know, the connection and the in-person learning opportunities with a real teacher. But number 2 is being able to kind of, you know, have them out of the house and get our own stuff done. And I think that you wouldn't really be getting number 2 in that scenario, you know, on those days. So again, it's trade-offs, right? It's like, my experience with my own kids has been that because of this long period of isolation, they're so grateful for even a tiny bit of social emotional connection and activity with other kids, even if they're 10 feet away from each other. Like a little is going further than I thought it might, you know, at this point. So we're grateful for anything that can happen in person.
I think that extends to adults too, Director.
Oh yes, very much so.
So I'm going to be the stick in the mud here. Surprise. No, one, I think a survey is always great. Anytime we can check in with our community, see how things are going and get authentic and meaningful feedback is great. I know there are some students who are absolutely thriving in this environment. This is the environment that works for them for a number of reasons. So I just reached over to my file cabinet and pulled out our decision tree that we look at. So even though we are edging into that moderate range, and we need to see how that bears out, there is an arbitrary age that goes around the chances or the intensity of infection rates. And they put that arbitrary age at around 10 years old. So the expectation of infection rates for those over 10 are different than those under 10. So I think it's important to take that age range band into respect with the growing data. And again, this is science that's living science and science that is changing at a very rapid pace. So using the most current data. If I look at the decision tree, the recommendation in the moderate phase is that over time, we consider adding a hybrid in-person learning model for middle or high school students, but only if limited COVID transmission occurs in schools. So we would have to see how those younger bands are doing and what the transmission rates look like and determine that before we would consider bringing middle or high school students in. So I think it's really important that the community understand that that is part of the decision tree. And then the second part, as far as extracurricular activities go, the decision tree in moderates says it strongly recommends canceling or postponing all in-person extracurricular activities and consider low-risk activities when all students have some level of in-person learning. So the extracurriculars in relation to that decision tree are very far at the end. So while I appreciate what you're saying, David, absolutely, it would be wonderful we had small groups that could come together for those meaningful and lower risk interactions. It's important to remember that the decision tree is what we're following in order to be in line and compliance with our insurance agencies so that we can be then protected somewhat in that safe harbor, depending on what happens. So sorry to be the stick in the mud, but that's me.
rumor has it that there may be some adjustments, potentially even to the decision tree. This is what has made your superintendent have a little bit of a hissy fit at a superintendent meeting this week when they dropped more kind of on the table of, oh, by the way, there's some entities that are meeting with the governor that may impact the decision tree. The Department of L&I is coming out with some new guidance that may now impact K-12 schools. And you might have even seen this in some of the media that's come out. I think Tacoma Public Schools was, they were quoted in an article about, please understand all the different moving parts that every K-12 district is trying to manage here as the different entities are providing guidance that is adjusting. And as we're trying to plan and say, here's what we're following, and then it pivots even a little bit, we have to then try to make those adjustments as well. And I get it. People want set metrics with perfect clarity that says, this is what's going to happen. We don't have that. And I know our community hates hearing that, but we have not been handed here's exactly what the metrics need to be for you to move in either space. So that has certainly been a frustration of mine. Staff unfortunately got to hear that this week from me. It's like, oh, this is just becoming so difficult. It's always been difficult, but now even harder as everyone continues to say, oh, we know more, let's weigh in on this in a different way. So
can I just add one thing? I think as a board, we should really figure out what one of my big concerns is bringing the older kids in, frankly, at the expense of the littles, because we know the littles have a lower transmission rate, and there are smaller classes, and they're in cohorts where they're the same kids every day. We know that's not the case for our teens, that our teens are as high a transmission rate as adults, and that they're not very careful. And that's where we're gonna see some trouble, and then have to come back and all be quarantined completely again. And then the ones who suffer are our littles. So I think that, it's worthy of having a discussion of, that we need, that I think we should be making decisions for our older kids with that in mind, in terms of, we have to protect our littles.
So just to share with them
with school.
Yeah, just to share with you all right now, the timeline that we've laid out, which could, still could have some flexibility to it, but is for our kindergartners to have them back, if all data stays consistent, all health data, et cetera, October 19th, which is a Monday. So it's about the third week of October. If the health data stays consistent and our staffing requirements can be met, first grade will follow within 3 weeks. King County Public Health has said, and I know Pierce County has as well, 3-week increments are good to watch, because then you can see what could be potential transmission rates within the schools. Then for grades 2 through 12, Orange Learning would phase in throughout late November, which, as we all know, contains a lot of days off and holidays, and into, again, late November, early December, again, as long as the data stays consistent and within that moderate range. So that really is the timeline we were looking for. We really just wanted to hear your feedback on this concept of hybrid being where kids come 2 days a week and then they're off for 3 days. We've really stayed away from that, veered away from that. Our Learning Forward groups, the parents in particular on those groups, when they had it described to them as to how much time would be, as Maggie Ty said, very parent involved and intensive independent learning, they really said, no, we would rather have this. But we also know that we need to survey to hear just what you said about what's working well. And if we do this, then the realization of we have to give up this because we can't do it all.
So one more complication I want us to think about, and actually when Brian was talking about the decision tree, it makes me think about, how we create this, we have still to be as flexible as possible. And that there is this nuance where people might be comfortable with 5% transmission, other people might be 3, the other one's 2. And so as we're transitioning to hybrid, right, are we forcing everybody to come back? And if they don't, it puts us in a really difficult position with staffing, right? And then I got this, crazy idea, because this administration, the school has already thought about this flip model, right? And so as we're just trying to get people back into the social, if we open more supervised to come onto campus, onto school during the flip model part, where people can choose to come to do homework together, get more support, but still a lot of the synchronous during the day. But that might be a kind of a step in between where people still get, are able to come to school, but it's a choice, because the asynchronous part is you can either be at school or you can be at home. But I'm just thinking, how do we make sure that people have that choice? Because if we flip to the hybrid model as is, people won't have that choice. They either have to come to, everybody has to follow. And then then we're going to get into issues about those who still aren't comfortable enough. Then what do we do with those folks? How do we make sure that we also serve their needs? So that's why I'm thinking we have to kind of reconceptualize the hybrid model if we're still wanting to give people, or we need to give people the flexibility during this time, unfortunately.
I agree kind of with that there's a lot of complexity in explaining academics and how it could change so that we're fair to all students, regardless of what their choice they make. And that's a very complex explanation and a very complex decision tree to walk people through for November and December, which is also fraught with holidays and lots of other things. So you've got small period of weeks that you're asking parents to make a very complicated decision around, and trying to convey that information becomes incredibly hard. Whereas if you focus on the extracurriculars, it's a much more binary choice that parents can make. It puts students first in terms of their needs for connection and social connection. I know my son strives for that. That's been the biggest miss about that, more than anything else. And I think that's what makes the academics, whichever side of academics you're on, I love online, I hate online, it makes the academics much more tolerable and understandable, and gives certainty around that, which is kind of in some ways the core responsibility of a school district. So I appreciate the value of making decision trees easy for parents, providing benefits to students first in terms of social emotional connection, and then making sure we are cognizant of the needs of staff and their desires, as well as to how they participate with in-person smaller pods, reduce the transmission rates, those type of things. We're also seeing in Europe the second wave coming, and we wouldn't want to have to backtrack on academics, whereas backtracking on extracurriculars might not be as disruptive. So there's a lot of trade-offs we're going to have to make here, and I think there's a lot of value to a low friction, high value in terms of student need strategy here. Sorry, which is extracurricular.
So we are going to, we did survey K&1. We already had choices where people have made, yeah, I want to be remote all year. So we feel pretty confident that we are able to transition those grades in, because we have the class size for that. Staff, do I see assurance on next steps, particularly for our 2 through 5? 6 through 12, the remote model gives us much more flexibility. 2 through 5, Fred, any clarifying questions that you might want to ask before we go into our district improvement plan?
No, it is helpful to kind of hear, especially because obviously you're a board and representing the stakeholders at the most important level, but you're also parents in the community. So hearing kind of different thoughts is certainly helpful. There is the as Superintendent Klosky pointed out, the ultimate conundrum right now is our, the 2nd through 5th graders. And, we want to put students first, and their certainly their academic learning and whatnot is absolutely important. So is their social emotional. We certainly, I agree, don't want to open the schools and then have to go back into a remote model again. And that, I think that causes a lot of panic. One question I would have is, as we're moving through this and we can expand extracurricular activities, our middle school and high school, the simple infrastructure there is built out much, in a much more comprehensive way. But our elementaries, that's a little bit different. I just want to make sure we're conceptualizing it the same way. Is there any thoughts on what we might mean, so we're on the same page, for extracurriculars at the elementary level? Because I mean, I have some ideas, but I just don't want to, I'd want us to be on the same page with you all and the superintendent.
When I think of that, I think of the enrichment classes that were to pull folks, right? Because so now all 3 of my boys are sick and we're passing along. So I'm thinking if we go back to school, they're going to be out for like 2 weeks. Where would I feel comfortable to put them back in? And, like I said, that flexibility. And so I would be comfortable, to put them in where I can and still doesn't sacrifice the core learning, right? So, but during this time, I think it would be nice for them to start to know their classmates because they said that they don't know anybody through Zoom. So I would appreciate those kind of opportunity through like PE, music class and all that. If that's in the afternoon, right? That would be something I think that most parents would be comfortable putting their kids to during this time.
So I'm so glad you asked that question, Fred. Actually, because I don't think we're all talking about the same thing. I think when we're thinking about extracurriculars at the high school level, we're thinking about things like, robotics. We're thinking, robotics club, like the after school clubs. But at the and at the middle school level, you've got clubs. You've got, kids doing activities together, usually after school in a club format. But for 2 to 5th grade, there are fewer of those activities. There are more like the after school classes, like Tam's talking about partly. There's the sort of like enrichment classes, that kind of thing. And there's things like, steel drum band at Lake Ridge, things like that, like music groups, things like that. I do feel like it's a separate thing. If you're going to talk about having kids come in for PE or for music, which are things that are part of the regular curriculum, that was not necessarily what I was assuming you were talking about when you say coming in for extracurriculars or for like limited social emotional learning type things. So that's just, I'm not saying one's right and the other's wrong. I'm just saying like that to me is a separate issue. That is bringing the kids in for a class. If you're bringing all the kids in to do a music class, that's bringing them physically back to school for a class. Donna?
Yeah, I think with the 2 through 5, what we've heard clearly, and to Tam's point, and I can't agree more, for the youngest students to be saying, I don't know my classmates. And so how do we provide that opportunity for them to have some time? And frankly, we know that outdoors is also a better way to mitigate transmission rates. So if we're able to facilitate that and provide some space where small groups can come together from a class, because they do see each other on Zoom, but it's harder. So how do you get them to get to know each other is something that we're going to work with our elementary team especially, and the Learning Forward team, going back to them to say, how do we build this into the schedule and not give up too much instructional time I'm not going to assure to say that we're not going to have some flexibility in there, because there's a lot of instructional blocks in there that we have provided because we heard that we wanted that really robust learning. But to be able to accommodate everything we would need to bring students in those small groups, transportation, the coming and going, and all of the pieces that go with that, there will be some give and take. But hearing what it is that we want to really have as a priority for those students, particularly our 2 through 5, I think that helps us in guiding planning for our elementary team.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for your input. We do really appreciate it. And we're looking to send out communication to the community early next week, when we hopefully have any changes to guidance, which we got a little bit of relief today saying it's not going to be super dramatic, but we do want to make sure we're using the guidance that we have. We would also like to do, and we will go through it quickly with you today. We talked briefly at a prior meeting about a district improvement plan and how our learning services team initiated this. But we wanted to give you what I'm calling the trailer a little bit, and then we're going to bring the whole plan back to you later. But we do want to, as we've contemplated this and thought through it, we want to show you what it might look like and the impact it might have on the board's work, particularly around the fundamentals. Fred, go.
Great, and I'll bring Jamie into the conversation and Andreeves to the extent that you're available as well. So last week, I think we talked, or maybe it's the previous board meeting, we talked a little bit about this with you, but we've refined it some more, and just want to bring some clarity and then gather some further direction from you. So our objectives have remained fairly consistent. I'm hoping that you're seeing a through line from our vision, values, and mission all the way down to our learners in our plans as we're looking forward here. Ultimately, that last bullet is actually the most important bullet, but it's really trying to think about those, what Katie Novak would continue to say, is setting that firm goal, but making sure we have flexible means. This has remained fairly unchanged. I just want to reiterate that what we are looking to present to you as a school board and then use as a guide for us as a school district is a district improvement plan, which isn't necessarily something that we've formally had in the past. We've certainly had the fundamentals, we've had OEs, but we haven't had a district improvement plan that works really in tandem with the school improvement plans. And so what we're hoping to do is to bring you our district improvement plan ahead of the school improvement plans, which might require some jostling of the calendar a little bit. And I know Superintendent Koloski, we've been talking about that, and whether or not tonight's the right time for that forum or another, but just talking about your board calendar of where these things can happen. But ultimately, it's so that we're providing some systemic direction for our school district. And again, it helps us to all be working in one direction. As we talked about this last week, we've just highlighted some terms here, and really we'll be using this as a springboard, but we shared this with you with Director Booby last time we presented with you. And again, really just drawing out that those first elements in the top are really right out of our values. Then we get into where we're headed with our goals around a multi-tier system and universal design for learning. And then the outcomes is the benefit to equity and access, our families, the academics, the behavioral systems, and certainly the social emotional. So we're pleased on how this is coming together to really be reflective of several aspects of our community. Jamie, you want to talk a little bit about the theory of action?
Sure. So we've spent time over the course of the last 2 years looking at the focus priorities, thinking about how they play into our everyday work, into the work of the schools, And we've spent a lot of time on definitions and trying to define terms and what does something mean? How do we then apply it? And one of the things that we're looking at this year is really to embrace this theory of action so that we have action items. And so our thought after reflecting and going through the inclusionary focus there is, if we eliminate the barriers, then we will eliminate the inequities. And if that becomes a district focus for us, then schools in turn, through that firm goals, flexible means, can take and work to tackle things that are barriers that they've identified in their individual schools to help make things more accessible to students. And so we are thinking right now that we're really going to focus on trying to tackle barriers and identifying them. The through line through this is really try to take it to each advisory as we work with the different advisories and input stakeholder groups. And so an example I can give is we had a HiCap advisory meeting last week, right after we rolled this out at our leadership meeting in the morning on Tuesday. And it was great to have powerful conversations with people when we started talking about barriers. So we were looking at aligning with the vision, mission, and values versus the objectives and goals stated for the HiCap program. And then taking a look at this and trying to identify barriers. What barriers exist in our system, both for qualification into the HiCap program and then the program itself. And so I think moving forward, this will be a really powerful way for school teams to begin talking about what barriers exist for students, and then how do we know they exist? How do we address them and tackle them? And then how do we reflect and review the data?
So the ultimate theory of action is, with equity at the core, building an MTSS for our school district, unpacking and utilizing our inclusive practices that you heard Katie and Mirko talk about tonight, and then universally designing learning. Those are kind of three pathways that will help us with those barriers. Director Tucker, you had mentioned you're starting to read the Equity by Design text that that Katie and Mirko co-wrote. I too am reading that alongside, and I think I know Superintendent Koloski is, and some others. But something that I picked out of chapter 1 when I was reading this last weekend and getting rolling on it is just this idea that UDL is really built on a framework, or the foundation is eliminating barriers. In order to get those students to be expert learners and own their own learning, we have to get past all of the barriers that are keeping them from that high quality learning experience to begin with. And so in their book, in chapter 1, they spend quite a bit of time really breaking down the idea of one size fits all. One size fits all leads to barriers to access and barriers to engagement. When we say that all students are going to read the same text to reach the same goal in a class, we're automatically putting up barriers because the students may not be that engaged in the text to begin with. And so if the goal is to really gain a solid understanding of a literary element, but we're asking them to read material that isn't engaging in the first place, that's a barrier. If we're asking them to all read the same text, but they can't all access it in the same way, or they can't all read at that level, and we're not offering opportunities for kids to listen to the books, to find other ways to co-read it with someone else, that's another barrier. And so those are the types of one size fits all options that we want to start really interrogating and thinking about as a system. Not all of that is a criticism, certainly, of teachers. In some ways, it's a criticism of our entire system and the way that maybe we've purchased or that we've adopted curriculum, and that we need to think about expanding that and being more receptive to the way that we're approving curriculum. So we'll be thinking about that, but really thinking about those three core tenets: engaging learners, allowing for multiple ways to represent things, and then certainly allowing for action and expression and demonstration of learning. And so I also found it intriguing this evening because that fourth kind of key takeaway that I believe Mirko and Katie were presenting at the end, they said value impact over intent, ensure learner visibility, ensure the work is authentic and relevant, optimize voice and choice, but their fourth one was identify and eliminate barriers. And so I think I think our theory of action is on the right track in terms of thinking through ways that we can get to those desired outcomes for students that are aligned with the values, vision, and mission, are aligned with what research is saying, and aligned with what we want for our students. And so we're really looking at then barrier busting here, and then aligning our DIP and our SIP so that we're utilizing our resources the best we can. We're benchmarking over time. We are using data to drive this, and then certainly having action items that are both at the district level, at the school level, at the classroom level, and most importantly at the student level. So some wonderings. Donna, do you want to take this part, the next two slides forward, or do you want me to keep going?
Certainly, and chime in if I missed something. So as we've been discussing this kind of at the cabinet level and the work that Learning Services is doing, and we've been, of course, talking with our instructional leadership team, we started to contemplate, of course, the work that the board's doing and has done around the values, vision, and mission, but also the current work around the fundamentals that is ongoing. And we've had some discussion around metrics and what are the right metrics. And one of the things that will actually be somewhat more complicated this year, but we always have had annual school visits where as a board you go in and you see in real time some of the work that is being done that centers around certainly the school improvement plan, but if it's woven into the district improvement plan and frankly into the fundamentals, does that then become a metric for you to then be utilizing as one of your measurements. And again, it's that authenticity to the fundamental work. And then, of course, regular monitoring of the work from the district improvement plan that's woven into the school improvement plans. And of course, we as the leadership team will be providing those ongoing reports to the board, how schools are making those improvements towards the focused set of priorities and the work that's listed in the district improvement plan and the school improvement plan. And some of it may be some of the information that I think the board missed this spring as we were working through the fundamentals. And so we did more qualitative versus quantitative, where is it the quantitative that really holds the story and the picture for how is the work impacting our students. So potential impact, one of the things that we, as we've worked through this, and it was interesting because I noted this in my notes from Katie and Mirko's presentation about you know, asking the questions that give you those authentic actions. So we've been using our EES survey as an ongoing tool every year, and even this board, as well as prior board, has questioned some of the questions. We've questioned them. We've asked our students about what does it really mean, and we're not sure if it's giving us the value of what we could really get out of those more specific kinds of questions. As we look at it with everything, we look through the whole lens. It's cost us approximately $15,000 annually. The data provides, it's used more in a holistic sense to model the board fundamentals and somewhat the school improvement plans. But as we've talked with our school leaders, it's not the data that they use to focus the work. They feel like it's more intended for compliance. When we look at those answers to the questions, it's not as meaningful for them. And so our wondering is, would we move that to an every other year, save some money that could be used for targeted professional learning, and perhaps have a criteria of other questions. So more information to come on that as we work through it. We would like to adjust in the calendar somewhat. Instead of doing the high school and middle school improvement plans at the October 22nd meeting, we would like to utilize that time to present to the board a much fuller and robust district improvement plan, and then move all of the school improvement plans to the November 12th meeting, where you would then hear certainly from all the schools, but with that thread woven through of here's the district improvement plan, here's how the individual school improvement plans take those concepts and weave them into their individual school plans.
Are you looking for response now, or you're just?
You know, if there's any real reluctance to moving those around, we would need to hear that now so that for planning purposes, we could plan it out. Certainly with our school leaders for the school improvement plans, you know, knowing when those are going to come out and working with them on a district improvement plan that staff would present to the board at the October 22nd meeting in a much more robust element than the little trailer, the little taste we gave you tonight.
Does anyone have any strong objection? Not seeing any.
Sounds reasonable. I do like the EES surveys, though. I am okay with them going to 2 years. I think the really most boards have had the problem with the EES surveys is that it's a great statement of where we are at, but it's not a great statement of how do we fix or improve ourselves. It's not nuanced enough to tease that apart, but it does prevent us from falling back. So there is some value to that, and it does enable us to understand where we're generally at a very high level, even though we are focused on much more nuanced aspects of these items in our school improvement plan. So I do believe there is some value in that. I'd be against canceling it completely. I'm not against a 2-year plan necessarily.
Since David brought that up, I'm going to add on to that a little bit, David. I'm not tied to the survey, but whatever we do to it, I ask that that the administration propose an alternative way to measure. And if it's a better way, then, you know, then we don't need this. But until we have more concrete measurement that we can see growth, you know, that will help us to inform our growth and where we can change, then I would keep it until then.
And I think we're in alignment with that, Director Din. And as you continue as a board to have conversations around the fundamentals and where those go, I think that will help us to really also think about what is the right tool and what else is out there. We have some great information tied into the Healthy Youth Survey from a student perspective, or the asset survey that we've used with students. We've used the survey with Sunia Luthar. Those are some student pieces. They don't get at the stakeholder or the staff as much. And so maybe we need to think about some of those items. But I think as the fundamentals really come together in the way that you've started to conceptualize it with possibly kind of 3 bigger buckets, I think that would also help us to then maybe be thinking about what is the right tool. So I think they'll work in partnership.
And the tool would also then be able to be specific to grade levels. One of the other challenges with the EES is we do try to give it to the younger students. We went down to 3rd grade and found that wasn't very successful. 4th grade was a little bit better, but even in talking with our students and when our elementary principals talk with the students, their understanding of the phrasing of the questions and just how the questions are. And so try to make it developmentally appropriate for what we want for those levels of students. We would have some flexibility by maybe doing that ourselves and doing it specific to the information that we're looking for. Still doing the EES, do agree with that. But if we rotate it off every other year, then it gives us another tool to use for some baselines at different levels as well.
I think I think I was just going to make the point. I think our students, at least from what I hear, and that's a limited sampling, is like another survey, and I don't know that they're really thoughtful about the answers. I think parents are feeling the same way right now, which is why I hesitated to suggest surveying families in terms of their needs at school. But the more we do, the less helpful it is, because the less effort. So I haven't found the EES particularly helpful because most of the results seem to be the same every year. So I certainly have no objection to going every other year, and I would just continue to question that whether or not that's the right model. I certainly wouldn't suggest dropping something without having an alternative, but I think that's frankly a good step in the right direction, because I don't find it particularly helpful.
In considering it, it seems to me, if I recall correctly, that we've had some problems with language in the EES in the past, some confusing language, some things that might want to be changed, and that it's been difficult to change that language in the EES. Maybe I'm not thinking of the right survey, but yeah, so I think if there's an alternative where we can be more explicit in the questions we're asking and clearer in that, I'm all for that. Yeah, because these surveys, whether it's to families, community members, or students, are so incredibly important to get that input. But it's getting people to answer surveys is one of the hardest things in the world, because every time you go to a workshop, or whatever, please take the exit survey, and it's so hard to convince people that it's important. So maybe there's a culture shift that needs to happen around that as well, where people really do begin to understand that those survey results are really providing a lot of the fuel we need to make change in the district. So without that authentic voice, it's hard to do that.
And we've tried to address that with the students. So an example being, Dr. Rundle and I worked through the superintendent student advisory with the EES survey, and there was a lot of ahas on the part of the students of, oh, we didn't realize that this was what you were using to make decisions. But there was also a lot of conversation around what was the intent behind the question. So it was really quite eye-opening for us, and a realization of if the kids really hear and know that their input is being valued and taken and being used to adjust when we can, and the surveys make sense to them at their level, I think we can get some student voice that's going to be really valuable. Thank you all. That's all I have.
Thank you so much. All right, we are moving on to partial governance process monitoring, A, board policy 1800, O11 facilities and capital assets summer projects update.
So we have Brandy here waiting so very patiently with Ty to give you an update on our capital projects that have occurred over the summer. Every summer we always have lots of different work that occurs in our schools, and this year was no different. We had some outdoor work and some indoor work, and if we could, I think, Brandy, you probably want to have the first set of documents, correct?
Yep, let's start with that. Thank you, Donna. It's nice to see you all. This is our annual update. So we've been doing this the last 4 or 5 years, where we come back and share with you projects that were done during the last school year, what's planned for the next school year, and then we'll take a look at that big matrix that looks at all of the levy projects that were contemplated, and then things that we've done. So last school year, we completed the turf replacement at Islander Middle School. That field had reached a point where it really couldn't be played on anymore safely. And so we went ahead and did the replacement of that this summer. That was done in conjunction with the city of Mercer Island and was paid for with the user fee funds that the city had collected. So that was a no-cost project, or a low-cost project for the school district. If you remember, in our initial levy planning, we had also contemplated replacing the track at the middle school. And it too had gotten to the point that it was, really borderline unsafe to be used. And so rather than replace it, we just oversprayed it and recoated it and relined it. So it looks new, but it's still on the same asphalt base, still has the same rubber base to it. But definitely cleaned up and will give us, another 3 to 5 years. We also have been talking about this for quite a long time, but the roof on the 100-200 building had really reached a critical point. Tony and his maintenance crew spent considerable time last winter dealing with leaks and rotted wood, and given kind of the state of things in our world, it's pretty clear that we are not going to be replacing that building in the next couple of years. So we went ahead and did kind of the least expensive approach to the roof replacement that we could come up with. And it's not a 25-year roof. We spent considerably less per square foot on it than we did at the high school. But we feel that it'll give us another, 8 to 10 years and really protect that asset so we don't have larger problems to deal with at some point. At the elementary schools, we restriped all the parking lots. And you'll see in the work to come up, we're planning to do the high school and the middle school this fall, if weather permits. The long-range facilities plan was a big project for the 19-20 school year. And next meeting, October 8th, Malin will be coming to talk to you about that facilities plan and kind of wrap up the work of the committee. Our biggest project this year was the Mary Waite Pool. And although we were able to accomplish the vast majority of the work in about 3 weeks of shutdown time, there were months and months and months of planning and ordering and preparing for that. So that was a really significant project. I'll show you a couple pictures of that in a minute. And then of course there were just, multiple COVID miscellaneous things that have gone on, and I'm sure will go on for a long time. Can we go to the next page? I'm not sure why when these show up on board docs, all the pictures don't show up, but they do on the PDF if you happen to look at that. So the first 2 pictures up on top are what we found when we pulled that roof off of the middle school. And as you can see, we started to have water damage into the substrate and the plywood. And we found, maybe a third of the building, a quarter to a third of the building looked like this. And hence the reason we felt it was important to get that replaced, because, another year or 2, and that goes through that substrate and it starts affecting the framing of the roof itself. So picture on the right-hand side, it's complete. It looks great. It looks a lot like the old roof. It's not really terribly noticeable, which is really what we were trying to accomplish. So that's completed. Next picture is we've pulled the turf off that field. So all we did was kind of, vacuum up and roll off that turf and then lay down new fabric. So there was no drainage work. We didn't do any work to the curb that surrounds it. We really worked within the existing footprint of what was there. And the photo that isn't showing is the turf in. That is complete. It was opened up to the public last Friday, and I think it was lined on Monday and Tuesday of this week. So we are finished there. A few little punch list items, but for the most part, that's done. The next page are some pictures of the pool. So this is what the boiler looked like inside Mary Waite Pool before we started the work. And then the picture on the right is the boilers, the new boilers going in progress. So, pretty significant. You can see we had to take a section of the wall out, and that's a little grate in the planting area that actually vents that room. So we took that whole wall out and brought all of that equipment in. And then if you scroll down the next pictures, so the picture on the left was the air handling unit for that building. I'm not sure of the year, but I can tell you that the dampers were held open with folding chairs. It was so old and so decrepit. So that whole thing came out, and of course, current code requires a lot more air exchanges than we did when we built things back in 1977. And so there's absolutely no way to fit a new air handler into the building itself. So you can see on the right, that new air handler sits outside the building on the west side of the building. And it's enclosed with fencing, and you'll see some ductwork there. But that really opened up a space in the pool for use by OCA for storage, which was fantastic. So a lot of work at the pool, and everything is up and functioning and working well. So for next year, we have a number of things that we have in for planning. I'm not sure that all of them will actually come to fruition, but these are all the things we're going to look into. We've had on the capital levy plan for a number of years this partial flooring replacement at the high school. So we'll be looking into that. Probably that would start in the commons area, which is where we have the most wear and cracking in that current VCG tile. There's a main curtain in the gym that needs to be replaced, and we've been thinking about some commons acoustics. And that too is part of that levy worksheet. West Mercer, we've had a boiler replacement on for both West Mercer and Lake Ridge that we've been kind of pushing out year after year as the maintenance guys keep it going, but that's one that we need to look into. And I think when you go through the long range facilities plan discussion on the 8th, some of that will make a little bit more sense. Lake Ridge is also due for a roof replacement, and that's probably, of the 3 elementaries, the most challenging because it's in the shade and takes so much, leaf debris and needles. So we'll be looking into that. The long range facilities plan, in this year, we need to finalize that report and wrap it up. We also need to complete our study and survey with OSPI. We have grant money. We were awarded about $18,000 in grant money for that study and survey. And so to get that funding, we'll need to get that completed this year. Another project there's been a lot of discussion about is developing a solution for the ATP program that gets them out of CREST. So that'll be a big focus. Clearly, we'll have COVID-19 solutions to continue to work on. And then we're going to look at some exterior painting. And at Mary Waite Pool, we will finish up that ESCO work and develop our grant applications for a King County Parks Levy grant that's available. You know, in that Mary Waite Pool between the Department of Commerce and Puget Sound Energy, we obtained about $400,000 in grant financing. And we have the potential of another, I think it's $62,000 in grant financing with Department of Commerce if the funds become available. So we really were able to leverage the district's money on some grant money. And we'll see if we can do the same with that King County Parks Levy. That's $2 million at a 1-to-1 grant if we qualify for it. So making the most of the resources that are out there. If you can go to that second file. It's a separate file. There we go. So I won't take you through all of this because it's very small and it's very detailed. But this is the worksheet that we created a number of years ago. So it identifies all of those items that were in the original levy request and that were talked about with the community. What year those are either scheduled to be completed or have been completed. It also notes new work that came online that was not in the original levy, but has been done. So for example, the secure entrances at the elementary schools, the entry that we did at the high school, the long range facilities plan, all of those things are noted in here as well. So just a great tracking tool for us about what's completed and what's still left to be done. Any questions? Comments?
I just wanted to say thank you. I am in awe of all the things that you accomplish, and thank you for leveraging our money and looking for all the grants. I do want to just, I was at the middle school field on Tuesday and was asking for just some players' opinions on how the turf was, and some were like, whatever, and then others were like, oh no, I felt a difference right away. So
Yeah, that's great.
more thoughtful responses, but it really looks great. It was a great time to do it. And I know you guys really kind of jumped on that data done because of everything that's been going on. So
Yeah.
thank you for all that. I think it's a really good plan. I think it's really helpful to be able to go in the future. We talked this when Northwood was completed, but it's really, really helpful for us to then go to the community to say, we need more money, and look at how well, it was spent and managed in the past. So community, you can rely on the fact that when you give us more money to make additional improvements, it's going to continue that way. So thank you for that.
Yeah, most welcome.
To actually continue on Deborah's theme, thank you so much for actually the spreadsheet of all the work that's been done. But I do think we've got another levy that'll be coming up next year, right? Right, Donna? And so we'll have to think about how we utilize that to get more longevity from the, I guess post the facility study, more longevity from the buildings that are further out, as well as what other updates we're doing too. So how does that fit into your schedule, and are you thinking about that?
Yes, absolutely. And I think we'll take that same worksheet and we'll look at what projects we need to roll forward. We'll be going through the buildings. And again, I think that long range facilities plan is going to be a wonderful tool to help guide where the district's dollars should be spent. And it's tough because like the middle school roof, I mean, you hate to put money into something that is early on the list. And yet, you also can't take the chance that we have serious structural problems and have to do a $3 million repair and then feel like we're really stuck with the building. So I think that long range facilities plan will really inform that process. And we definitely have that on our list of things to do this year, is to plan for the 2022 levy.
Is there any advice that you'd give us or suggestions you would give us? I mean, school's been out now, no students are there. Are there things we should be doing that while these buildings are unoccupied?
I think they're all in fairly good condition. If we had known 6 months ago that we were going to still be out now, might we have contemplated a roof replacement or a boiler replacement? But really, I don't feel like anything is imminent. I think when we recognized that school was going to be out and that we had an opportunity this summer to do the field and the track and the roof at the middle school, we really capitalized on that. And I think those were the urgent things.
Okay, thank you very much. Also echo, my thanks. Most appreciated to have you on board and working with us and the district. So thank you, Brandy.
David. Thanks, David.
I think David and I are a little bit ahead of the game because we're familiar with the facilities master plan, and I'm really excited for the three of you who did not participate on that committee to see where we ended up. So I know you guys are going to have a lot more questions once we get to that.
Yeah.
And yeah, it killed me to see that roof happening but no, I get it was.
It was a tough one for us too. We've put it off for a number of years and just really felt like we just had to do it.
No, absolutely. So any other questions for Brandy? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Oh, no, I didn't lose you. Okay. I was thinking I hit the wrong button. Okay, moving on to board 4B, board policy 1800 OE9, communication and support to the board, resolution number 691, reopening and continuation of suspension of policy.
So this is really it's a WASDA recommended resolution that comes based on your initial resolution back in the spring when we first closed school, and we knew we had to have in place a resolution for that emergency closure that allowed for some nimbleness and flexibility as we had the school closure. Now that as we're getting ready to reopen and bring students back, this resolution acknowledges that and again allows for that nimbleness as we work to our phases of reopening. And this is an action item on the agenda for tonight.
Does, I guess I'm looking for a motion first, then we can discuss.
I move that we approve resolution number 691, direct reopening and continuation of suspension of policy.
Second.
Any discussion? I guess I can just kind of start by saying when Donna brought this to Maggie, Ty, and I mean, we had heard about it through WASDA, but really in reviewing it when we were doing agenda planning, we're like, well, you know, I guess if they're telling us we should, we could, but I feel like it's kind of redundant to what the things that we've already done. So if WASDA thinks that we need to, you know, approve the new resolution, I didn't see any significant change. Frankly, any changes at all. It's really a continuation of in these interesting times, making sure that we have the ability to flex and make the decisions that we need to make, and that our superintendent does as well.
Yeah, and I think it just sort of recasts it. The initial resolution that we passed was sort of like, in this like unprecedented, crazy new situation, you know, we're giving the superintendent and the administration the power to do what they have to do to keep kids safe and to make decisions about school this year. So this is just sort of like, okay, this situation is continuing, and we're hoping that we're going to be getting kids back in some format pretty soon-ish. So we want to continue giving them the flexibility that they need to get stuff done. That's it. I read it pretty carefully. I didn't see anything to be concerned about.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments? All those supporting resolution 691, district reopening and continuation of suspension of policy, please indicate by saying aye in some way. I'm seeing thumbs up and ayes, and I vote aye. That's 5-0. Any nays? Any abstentions? So the board approves resolution number 691 by a vote of 5-0. Moving on, board policy 1005, board officers, legislative priorities for WASDA Legislative Assembly. Brian, it's your show.
Oh, those are dangerous words.
Well, can you entertain us, please, then?
Yes. First, I want to start with the great news. Currently, 198 districts have sent delegates or have named their delegates for tomorrow's assembly, which is an impressive number. And we're still working to get it over 200. WASDA has not had this sort of response to this event ever before. So this new situation of being able to be remote has provided new opportunities and has removed barriers, especially for some of our smaller school districts. So we may see this continue on in the future for this sort of event. I think it's really excellent. And of course, preparing for 200 delegates at a parliamentary procedure event with 80 things up for vote, more than 80 things up for vote, has been intense. So script changes are still happening, which is where I was before this meeting tonight, is looking at some of the script changes and last minute changes as we prepare for tomorrow. 12 hours. It'll be a 12-hour Zoom from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and may even go over. So thank you, Maggie Ty, for getting back in touch with me. I reached out to Maggie Ty to talk about the prioritization document that you provided for us, Tam. And a great document. It continues to get buzz with our folks that I work with across the state. So you may have had more people reach out to you recently. Maggie Tai provided for me some alternative votes from the permanent positions. And so if everyone's keeping score, it would move up number 54, full support for basic education, extreme circumstances, levy authority and local effort assistance, which would be number 62. Review revision of prototype school funding, school model funding and formula, which is number 60. Professional development for basic education instruction via distance learning, which is number 44. And then number 39, trauma-informed practices and supports for students. So those will all have now 3 votes in favor of them. And then I also noticed that there was a duplication of the hold harmless under funding. That was returning position 4A24 was listed in the document twice. So it had 2 votes up above, and then there was an extra vote down below. So that moved to 3. So that made the decision a little bit easier. So it gives us 1, 2, 3. It gives us 20 to select from. Am I right in that? And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And 12 that are in the top tier that have 3 or more votes. So we're really looking to maybe advance 3 more up into that top 15. And to that end, I broke it down. I kind of expanded on the document you provided, Director Dan. Number 21, which is K-8 World Language Instruction, was an item that was also promoted by the Equity and Access Caucus. It was one of their top 15 priorities. Ubiquitous, affordable, high-speed internet, number 37, was also, it was a tier 2 for the Equity and Access Caucus. And then protecting local local effort assistance, I'm sorry, number 58, was also a tier 1 for equity and access. So I don't know if that sways anyone's votes at all.
Without saying what the choices are, just in front of me, I mean, I can look at what Tam sent us, but I understand that changed a bit. What concerns me is I mean, I agree with you very much that those are really important. I just, some of them aren't as relevant to Mercer Island. And I think, and I struggle with where's that balance? Where's the balance in terms of equity for all children across, all students across Washington State, which is what WASDA's mission is, versus our board is, we're tasked with making the best decisions for our students. Which you can't do in a vacuum. So that's kind of, you know, I mean, that's kind of where I am. I don't have good answers. I agree that those are all important positions.
You know, actually, and I apologize, those were way down. Those only had 1 vote. So as I'm looking at it here, the ones that had 2 votes would be no mid-school year budget cuts. That would be directly in relation to COVID-19, declared emergencies, but also any other events that would happen once allocation is set and then your student population drops unexpectedly. Right. It would protect those budget cuts. That had 2 votes already. And then the other one was addressing digital equity for Washington students. Number 28 had 2 votes. Both of those were in the Equity and Access Caucus tier 1 priorities.
Do you have this in a format where we can see it? Can you like share a screen or something? Because it's hard for me to think about it or talk about it if I can't lay eyes on it.
Brian, do you want us to share the document that's attached?
The document that I sent you for attachment is a second discussion. Those are recommendations on the actual votes for amendments and all of that. But if you have Director Din's email, it's in that, and I'm trying to think of the date and the
Oh, sorry,
subject
I
line.
didn't know if you had updated it with my corrected votes or.
I have a document that I could send over with that, and I don't know.
Brian,
if
if you could send that to me, I'm happy to share.
Yeah.
I was referencing the document that's on board docs right now, and it didn't have some of those items that you were referencing. So I didn't share my screen because I thought it would just be confusing.
Yeah, thank you. Let's see. I just have to find it. No, that's easy. Yeah, give me just a second, I'll do that. And of course, today was the day that my computer decided to update. So everything I open.
Aren't
I
updated
have
helpful?
the document that Director Din sent, but I don't believe
Okay.
I have the one that Director Tucker referenced.
I just sent it to Andreves, so. And I will, if it's all right, I will also forward that to the board. Okay, so I've also just forwarded that document to the board. Sorry.
Brian, it's gonna be another just a little bit. It's in a numbers document, so I'm just getting it converted really quick. Just sorry.
Gotcha. So if you want, while that's happening, we could move over to the other attached document, give that a chance to load. So at our last meeting, I had said there were certain positions that I was opposed to, certain proposals. And so I sent you that document here. It's got the handbook number in the column to the left. I was asked to provide just one or two sentences, a quick overview of why I opposed it. And so that's what I put together here in this document. And then I put in there whether it was a strongly oppose, kind of a softer oppose, or if it was something that I thought the board should review and make a decision about. And specifically, number 46, which is the third up from the bottom, is the statewide salary schedule. That made it into the top 15 for the state last year, but the board was surprised by that and wasn't sure how to navigate. So I wanted to make sure that we had a discussion about that. And then the levy authority and local effort assistance, which is the last one, number 62, is interesting, essentially in that it proposes that we would be able to raise the levy amount almost double, basically, our authority to collect in local levies, which would be astronomical in a district, and not that our board would go in that direction. The problem with it is that wealthy districts would be able to reach a really massive amount of local levy, whereas districts that are either property poor or don't have the same capacity aren't able to meet the local levy numbers now. And so it would further drive inequities across the state. So I personally would be opposed to that, but I thought it was important for us to have that discussion. Because as it stands now I'm trying to remember, it's $1.50 per 1,000. Is that right? I'm looking at you, Ty. or $2,500 per student, whichever is higher, whichever is, and then my headset died. So whichever is lower, this would change it to up to $3 per thousand of assessed property value, or $3,000 per student, whichever is higher, which is a massive change.
It's a massive change, but this is one of the things I struggle with. I know in terms of a lot of people look at equity as, you know, we don't want the differentiation to be too big. And mine is when you bump up some, the rest of them are going to come. I mean, they have to, and the state has to change its funding model. The legislature needs to change its funding model so that there isn't that inequity. My feeling is if the voters of Mercer Island support a higher levy, which, you know, I think for the most part, most do, why on earth would we take that money away from our students? And it isn't, we're taking away from other students in other districts, it's we're taking away from our students if we don't vote for it. So I think our community has an expectation that we're gonna raise as much local levy dollars as we can. And I would support that. And I would also support any legislative funding model that would increase funding for all districts. So I don't think, I believe in raising and that raising everyone, or raising, and you've got to start somewhere and then raising the rest to follow is the way I look at it.
Maybe Ty can help me with this as well. This question came up. So in order to provide the levy effort assistance, in order to balance the inequity between a district like Mercer Island that could easily raise $3 per thousand in assessed value, which would double what we are doing, more than double, because we're only raising like 80 cents per thousand right now to hit the maximum lid of what we can do. So it would be a huge influx of money, but in order for the state to equitably address other districts and able to do that, they're going to have to assess either larger property taxes or open up other streams of existing money to provide that. So, and I see you nodding, yes, Ty, I'm correct that part of this comes through what we pay in property taxes to the state. So this would increase Mercer Island's overall property taxes to the state as well. So it's both would rise up, because the state must be equitable in how they provide that, which is what McCleary in large part was about and why we moved to this new model.
Out of curiosity, did this rise up in Tam's document? Did one or more board members vote for this one in Tam's document?
I don't believe that any of the ones I pointed out that I opposed were represented within Tam's document.
Then I think the answer would be that I would go with that answer. As opposed to, I mean, we're one of 300 votes, generally, roughly speaking, around this. I mean, I think the document that Tam said highlighted the board members' priorities fairly well.
Let me clarify, David, I'm sorry. This is a returning amendment or a returning position that has been suggested to be amended. So the vote from the floor as a delegate would be overall whether I would approve and say, I think the state should move in this direction and WASDA should adopt this and should advocate for this, or I oppose WASDA advocating for this. This would, to support this, I believe, would be advocating a massive property tax raise across the state for education, which would be, this is not a net zero change. And it would not just be what we choose to do locally. There will be more that we pay in the long run as well. I'm all for more funding for education, but, and again, this money cannot be, under the new audit rules, cannot be used to fund basic education. Although the OSPI would say that if you've paid for everything you can out of your basic education dollars, anything you use in addition would be all right. But under the new audit, any enrichment levy it's not enrichment, education enhancement levy dollars that we use, if we're using them towards basic education and the audit finding comes out against us, they can reduce our levy capacity in the next year until we correct that. And essentially, we've been told by OSPI and the auditor's office that they're not going to hold us to that. But
that's assuming the same funding model. I mean, our funding model is already broken in the state. That's why the state is bankrupt. And so I just feel, I don't know, yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering if this would help our legislature push for fixing our funding model to a progressive funding model rather than relying on sales tax and property taxes and go to income tax like most other states do, and that aren't facing an $8 billion shortfall. $8 billion shortfall.
That's just corrected. So I was going to bring this up later, but yesterday the Economic and Revenue Forecast Council revised its forecast and has now been dropped to 4.5 billion, which is still massive, but nowhere near 9 billion. I mean,
even better, right? It still doesn't fix the problem. I don't know. I just feel like as long as we keep letting them off the hook to fix this, they're not going to fix it. But
this would be for education enhancement. This isn't for basic education.
Well, but we don't provide basic education, and I don't mean because we're special. I mean because our prototypical, we don't follow the prototypical school model, and that money is from enrichment. I mean, much of that money is from enrichment, 7-period day. Extra paras, nursing, mental health. I mean, that's all considered enrichment because the prototypical school model is actually not funding basic education. So I don't have a problem with that part of it at all, because basic education is, that the state defines as basic education, is a big problem.
I just want to chime in to say that I think as a position for WASDA as a whole to take, like, I don't feel like this is good advocacy for like all the kids of Washington State. You know, I also agree with you, Deborah, that the funding model is broken, and I would also like to see some changes at the state level in how education is funded. But I doubt that this is going to do it. So for me, I would support opposing it.
Yeah, I would come down and oppose as well. I think the place we'd like to be at is equal funding as Seattle. You know, the levy was increased for all but 5 King County school districts, and I think that would be a reasonable place to land to fix that one. But anything beyond that seems a stretch too far at this point.
So this one, going back to, regardless of whether this is our priority or not, it's going to come up to you to vote. And so it would be helpful to give you our perspective on where we land on this, right, Brian? Because this is a decision that has to be made anyways. Yeah. So in this, I'm thinking whether it is, whose responsibility is it, right? Kind of going back to Deborah, whose responsibility is it to fix the system? And do we ask local control to decide on how do we change our behavior so that it be equitable, or is it really the state job to figure out a better system? And so even though I understand that this could, when it plays out, there could cause inequity, but it does give us flexibility in still choosing how far we go, right? So even when we increase our levy, the other part, we also get taxed on, like you said, our property tax as well from the state. But then at least we know that, and we put that out to the voters, and they can decide if that's what they want. So I don't think that's a problem. I just think we need to be very transparent when we put out a levy to make sure that they recognize what they're voting for and all the other implications that comes with it. So this is kind of, there's my equity side, right, as a social worker. But then I do think this is more of a statewide problem that they're putting on the local district to kind of govern ourselves so that they don't have to do kind of the dirty work. So just with that, but I'm leaning towards where Deborah is right now.
So I'm seeing 2 board members kind of in favor of this position and 3 opposed to that. So I would, from the floor, oppose this at that point. Is that what people are comfortable with, or do you want to change?
I would be comfortable, Brian. Like, I mean, we gave you our perspective and you were the deciding vote and you're representing us. So I would be comfortable with what you vote.
I appreciate that. And again, any additional funds that we can get into our schools are great. This particular one, and this is a position on legislative committee that we have done a lot of really heated debate about as to it's the funding formula itself that is broken, and it's the apportionment that is broken, and we shouldn't be fixing that broken system through our local taxes, which should be intended for enrichments and enhancements. But the hard part is until that fix comes at the allocation level. Fortunately, on Mercer Island, we also have a phenomenal schools foundation, amazing boosters, extraordinary associations, and partnerships with our city council that allow us, and we're very privileged in that way, to even circumvent that system and still continue to provide so many additional supports to our students. So yeah, cool. So that was one that I really wanted to hear a discussion about. And then the other was the statewide salary schedule. This would ask, or this would ask WASDA to advocate for the state to set a statewide salary schedule for classified and certified individuals. Now that existed pre-McCleary, and then there were some things that could be bargained at the local level kind of around that. I think that's where a lot of the TRI money bargaining came from, which would be, TRI would be time, responsibility, and incentive. And so through McCleary, that statewide salary schedule was eliminated. So on the pro side, for small districts that don't have the ability to bargain and navigate, it would take a major chunk of that off the table from needing to be addressed. And I think some of our smaller partners, even medium-sized partners like Tukwila and stuff, we just don't have the capacity to fight that. Whereas many times larger districts have that capacity and so would oppose. What's interesting is that this was presented through a board member from Bellevue. So this is an interesting one that there are pros and cons in either way, but last year was a surprise to the board. I think even one of the strongest responses was from Director Drinkwater at the time, who just basically said, we just eliminated that. Why would we go back? So I wanted to hear a discussion on that if you've got opinions.
I'd appreciate an input from the bargaining team. So would Donna or Erin be available to provide feedback around that?
We know that there's regionalization, and so that is a component that is considered when we are doing our comparatives. So to be looking at, and I know that that has been a particular concern for many districts that border districts that have a much higher regionalization than their district, because it really truly impacts the salary schedule. So I think it's much more complex than just a statewide salary schedule because of that regionalization and how that's going to work within the comparatives. And frankly, the overall total compensation also becomes a comparative when you start to balance in what each individual district is doing with their enrichment levies as well, because that can also then be utilized in a variety of ways. For example, we actually use some of the tech levy in supporting staff, but also some technology professional development. So there are still ways that districts are able to build a schedule that is more attractive to attract and retain from those around them, which is a priority in for the board within the fundamentals. It's maybe Erin has some other thoughts on it. It's a really complex piece. We certainly have been able to set our comparatives and keep them at that. It's not to say that districts don't always, then, don't even, sometimes even will look at us to say, stop it kind of thing, because everyone's in that competitive space of wanting the salary schedule that is the most competitive. Erin, are you available for any other thoughts on a statewide salary schedule? Have you heard anything within your human resources network?
Well, I think there's advantages and disadvantages to having a statewide schedule. I think you hit on some of them, in that there is the regionalization and it looks different across the board. I think by having sort of that guidepost, which is what the state did give us initially when they did the McCleary fix, I think they were trying to keep us all in the sort of same range, but it pushed us all quite, we end up having to be sort of lockstep with our region in order to be competitive. So as I said, there are advantages, certainly also in that it creates a basis by which to compare districts on, which I think is easier. And we just went through revamping and ripping down a statewide salary schedule, right? So we used to have one. So I think it cuts both ways. I think probably more impactful in terms of funding and what have you would really be looking at what is the prototypical school model, because I don't know a single school that operates in the prototypical school model. So I don't know if that answers your question. As I said, I can see the appeal of it. I'd have to look more critically at what that would really mean at our local level. But it's certainly, the regionalization does create issues, because even in our own comparison, if we compare to just some, I'm sorry, I've got background sound, I've got little kids here. If you compare to districts just north of us, they have a much higher regionalization than we do, and we have a higher regionalization than others. So it just creates difficulty, and we're all competing largely for the same pool of people on the west side.
Actually, that's helpful, and I think the complexity that local effort for salary schedule will move to other avenues of funding is interesting to me too. So there'll always be that desire for local control and local effort, and this doesn't fix that problem.
I mean, I don't understand it. I don't understand why it's coming back now. I mean, kind of Tracy's reaction, and I admittedly don't understand. I don't understand what they're trying to do with the regionalization. It also doesn't make sense that we're not at the highest level ourselves, since we're like literally next to the big city and have the highest housing costs. But regardless, I don't get it. I don't get why we would waste our political capital trying to do something that was just undone.
I would agree with that stance actually too.
Yeah.
Pam, do you have any thoughts on that?
I agree. I mean, I would go with the rest of the board, but just kind of some other thoughts is, when I think of, so the statewide salary schedule, the idea of it is not wrong. It's maybe of how it is being, of what, I guess, of what is in it right now, right? And part of it, this is actually where I also see an equity issue where when we have something like this, it does elevate, it's like kind of like a minimum wage for teachers. And so I see that it helps the teachers from smaller school district to make sure that they are able to have a certain type of pay. So that's where but I don't understand the history. Well, I don't know the history of more the nuances of why it got taken out of and kind of all the back history of why it was put on. So just because of that, I don't think I have a lot of opinion, but just the idea of a statewide salary schedule makes sense to me. And it's like a range of where I think people should be. So I probably would spend more time to explore this later on, but at the moment, probably just really lead on to the rest of the board and your historical knowledge on this.
Cool. So I'm getting an oppose on that one vibe from the board. And the last little piece of information that's interesting about that, and again, correct me if I'm incorrect. So essentially, the formula for prototype school funding formula takes the number of students, and based on that number, it tells you how much of each position you are funded for through FTE, full-time employment. Then they take that number that is churned out from that formula, and I think they average it to $65,000 per position. And so you're basically funded that. And once you have that allocation of money, and then there's the regionalization, other factors that go in, but once you have that set pool of money, then you have the goalposts from lowest to highest salary within your district that you choose, and it's set within. And what that doesn't address is experience factor. That's the new term for it. It used to be called staff mix. So your people who are at opposite ends of that spectrum, it becomes a real challenge of how you balance newer teachers from your, I don't want to say most experienced, but those who've been with your district the longest, right? Each learn valuable things from each other, and then those teachers in the middle. And so what the salary schedule provided was that gradation of how those funds should be used across the board. Whereas now you just have this kind of blip of money, and it's up in the air from district to district of how you move people through that. So, and whether you're going to weight it more to your more experienced staff members who've been with you the longest, or more newer educators. And again, that's not a value statement on either end of the spectrum. Let me make that clear.
Experience, I think overall is number of years.
But so that gives me the answer, but that's just some extra background on that. And I'm always looking at Tide to see if I'm getting it totally wrong or if I'm in the ballpark.
I have one more comment just about number 5, the conservation item. I would urge you to strongly oppose that change, because I think that if we're not now at a time when we see the need to sort of maximize impact rather than just to vaguely promote conservation concepts, like I don't know when we ever will be. So thank you.
I just want to keep an eye on the time. It's 8:20. We've been going since 5 and we still have executive session. So make your choices with that in mind, please.
So other than that, the rest of the things on that document are things that I recommend that we oppose. One of them is really simple. The legislative committee opposes it as well. That's the new number 52, equitable levy collections for small school districts. It would basically just, for any district less than 2,000 students, would remove any essentially cap on what they could establish as a local levy, which is, the intent I think is correct, because they have a limited capacity to be able to fund administrators and those positions. And so smaller districts end up having to share superintendents with other districts. This is what they were looking to solve, but they're trying to solve it through local levy as opposed to the allocation from the state. So that, and legislative committee also opposes that. So the recommendation from the committee is do not pass. Other than that, the others in there are, I have a personal reason to oppose them. So if folks want to talk about individual ones, or if you're cool with that, or I'm not sure how you would like to do that.
I reviewed your positions and I didn't have a different opinion, and you know much more about the conversation behind it. So I'm good. And thank you for doing this.
Well, hopefully it satisfied the question. I know Director Din wanted more clarification as to why, so I hope this satisfied your question there.
Thank you.
Is there anyone opposed to anything I oppose? We'll put it that way. I'm not seeing any. Okay, so I will move forward then. All of the items on this list I will oppose from the floor. Thank you. That's a brand new element to this year. So between the survey that you did, Director Din, and this discussion, we just keep getting better at this process. So then referring, Andree's told us that, indicated that we have the other document now available. So we can move to that. The positions that Maggie Tai moved up or gave a +1 to, you'll see in there, I just added a +1 in the far right column.
Just to explain for any members of the public who might be watching, although I don't think there are any at this point, that's because I voted for things that were not eligible for me to vote for them. So it wasn't me like changing my vote. It was me.
I was wondering because I was
your votes.
I was adding it up. I'm like, this is not adding up to 75. That's assuming everyone voted for 15, which they didn't necessarily have to, but yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
So in those that were not eligible to be prioritized, I just put a slash through them in the columns on the left. I added a +1 to all of Director Tucker's on the right, and the other one that I added a +1 to was the duplicate. So it has a +1 question mark. So those are the 6 that would move up in rank. And then on the left, he didn't need to see the, well, I guess it's good for me to put in the ones that I had prioritized myself, but specifically from the different caucuses. LS stands for Large Schools Caucus. EA stands for the Equity and Access Caucus. And then the OP was any position that I was opposing and whether it fell on this list, and I did not find any that crossed over the 2 lists. So nothing that I was opposing showed up here. So of the remaining, I would suggest of the remaining 2s, are there 3 of those that we would elevate upwards?
I see comprehensive school safety twice. I see it with 4 votes. It must be a different one.
That's a new one. The one down lower is comprehensive student safety.
Oh, student safety. Okay.
That was proposed by Lakeisha Phillips from Federal Way. And this addresses the student's voice and the student's sense of safety within the school environment. So it partially addresses SROs, which we know is a big topic of conversation right now, but ensuring that students have their voices heard within districts when those decisions are being made around security liaisons, SROs, anything like that, access vestibules of these different big decisions that are happening, that we center the student's sense of safety and belonging when making those decisions, is the gist of that particular one.
Okay.
And that came out of a discussion around comprehensive school safety. There's an amendment being added into that which addresses SROs, and they wanted to go much further with that amendment, which became a concern of the committee. And so Lakeisha led a group that pulled out much of the weight of that and moved to this new position.
I
which
would,
then had unanimous support from the legislative committee.
I would give a plug for trauma-informed practices and supports for students. I think that in social science, what we are learning is our students are dealing with a, frankly, record level of trauma. And it's not the trauma that we used to think of where it was just physical or sexual abuse, or not minimizing those, but like, thinking of something that happens to them. We see our students' reactions when there's incidents of racism, anti-Semitism, other actions, and trauma-informed policies will support our students in terms of resilience, as when students are suffering, when kids are suffering from trauma, they are not capable of learning. They can't, their brain doesn't work that way. And if we, hopefully, I don't know exactly what that one is, hopefully it's for professional development and mental health services is what I assume it's for, and we can never have enough of that. Because we know that the biggest predictor of success is resilience, and trauma-informed practices improve resilience.
The only component you're missing from that description, which is pretty spot on, is that it would also advocate for full funding. So it wouldn't be an unfunded mandate.
Oh.
That's a big thing that legislative committee has gone through everything. When we ask for something or ask that the legislator mandates something, that they also fully fund it.
Oh, novel concept.
Yeah, I totally support that. I think also with the additional stresses of the COVID pandemic and kids who may be losing, friends or family members from all around the country, all around the world, like there's going to be a lot to do to recover from everything that's happened this year. So
yeah,
I support that.
I do know that too. And I also like to advocate for the flexibility of graduation requirements for students impacted by COVID. I think that during this time, it's good to have really intentional kind of student-centered. I mean, all these are student-centered, but some of them are kind of long-term system building. And some of this, I think, are more relevant right now. So that's what I would advocate for.
I agree with that. I feel like there's a lot of flexibility and don't know. I mean, I guess I would defer to our leadership team in terms of whether or not our students' needs are being met based on the rules that have been modified already. But I mean, I agree with the flexibility.
Hugs. The Superintendent Klosky, did you want to weigh in that at all? Or I know that the state board is moving forward with some changes as well, or extending their flexibility as well. They're either in the process or have just approved that.
Right, and we did receive for 2020 graduates some increased flexibility, some waivers that we were able to implement. I would hope that as this continues, the State Board of Education would continue to view 2021 graduates as really fitting in that same category of needing that flexibility.
A piece of this position here, and it's a new position, it would ask that same flexibility be advocated for students that go all the way down to 7th or 8th grade, so that from those students who were already in a position to be earning credits towards graduation, be considered with flexibility as we move from March of 2020 forward, which would be, that's an important part of this particular position.
So that really ties with the trauma-informed practices, because if we're truly trauma-informed, then we recognize that students are being impacted and it's impacting the learning. And so we have to be flexible in our graduation requirements, all kind of tied together. Yeah.
We have one, I mean, for me, it's what's so important is the dual credits. And I know that there's one here that talks about dual credit. right? It helps with the 24 credit.
Wait, where is that, the dual credit?
Okay. No, I'm not seeing it here. I know it was somewhere.
I think I saw it too.
Where it was in the Board of Ed report that they sent out today or yesterday or whenever they sent that. They were talking about dual credit, which I think is, I guess my only hesitation with the flexibility is I would like to see, I think we've gotten too restrictive and there's too many requirements, and would like to see more flexibility for our students. So I think the only thing that's holding me back from that is the impacted by COVID-19. I mean, I would like to see more flexibility throughout. So, if using the impacts of COVID-19 gets us there, then I'm all for it.
Director Lurie, I didn't see the same article or the information. Were they talking about dual credit in terms of students being able to get both high school and college credit?
No.
Or were they talking about doubling up on credits? I mean, we have some courses where we can do course equivalencies, where a student can get a CCR credit plus they can get a, let's say, a math credit, but it's still, that doesn't necessarily mean that it adds up to their 24 all the time. So I don't know what the context was too.
My understanding, and I read it fairly quickly, but my understanding is is it across the board that they can get the dual credit for the CCR and math? I mean, it shouldn't be towards the 24, but in terms of the required classes.
Right. They can fulfill 2 credits at once for some courses.
Right.
Towards fulfilling the parameters of, getting all of those different check boxes done so that they can fulfill the grad requirements, but it doesn't always help with the total credits for all students.
Well,
now,
I mean, it increases the flexibility for electives.
That's right.
And pathways and so, but we don't have to talk about that now. They came from the Board of Ed when I read their report.
Okay.
So I'm not sensing an overwhelming amount of direction for Brian here in how to pick among these final items. Like how many are we trying to pick? 3 more from the number 2s? And sounds like we're interested in trauma-informed practices and in flexibility of graduation requirements. Yes, that's 2 that have been picked out. And then was there one other?
Comprehensive school safety or student safety.
Comprehensive student safety. I mean, I read that. I support that. Is there anyone who is opposed to doing comprehensive student safety as the last one?
I don't want to belabor this because I don't know that we're getting down to 15 is going to be huge, but the digital equity for Washington students, I think should be a priority. I think this impacts our students in terms of I don't know how much assistance at this point that we get from the state for technology dollars. And frankly, at this point in our lives, it's basic education. And the chaos that we went through at the beginning of COVID to make sure that our kids all had access, that shouldn't be happening at this point. And I think it should be a state provided service.
You've come full circle to your conversation about levies at that point, because that in all honesty for us, we choose to really use the levy that our community supports to the technology levy to really support almost all of our technology. We do use some capital. Obviously, there's the capital and technology levy together, so they work in tandem. But that levy affords us to spend money on basic ed in other areas rather than technology. But in all honesty, that is not something we're using basic ed for, just because there are so many other things that we're expected to also do.
Right. And I don't think districts should have to make that choice anymore.
So I'm
But-
fine with that too, honestly. Do you want to do a vote or something, Brian? Like between those two options?
We can do that if you want. Which of the two, between digital equity and
Comprehensive student safety.
comprehensive student safety? Are those the two that I'm kind of looking for a nod of heads here that you would like to balance? See, 1 nod, 2 nod, 3 nods.
We can't do 16?
We can't do 16, only 15. So I'll just ask by a kind of a thumbs up, how many would favor addressing digital equity for Washington students? See, 1 thumbs up, 2 thumbs up. And then, so addressing, no, I'm sorry, comprehensive student safety. I would favor that one. I don't see a third there. So if we lean with comprehensive student safety, is that getting a nod, okay. So then I'll be adding, bumping up flexible graduation, comprehensive student safety, and trauma-informed practices and supports for students. Okay. And then as I weight those is, obviously there's 2 that fall into the 4 categories, so those would be our 1 and 2. Comprehensive school safety, Mercer Island School District was one of the original signatories on that particular position. Or support for special education programs. Is there a preference for number 1 priority?
Why do we need to number them?
They are weighted, yeah.
Oh.
And I can do a general weighting because students are the priority. That's our vision. Anything that puts students as the priority and would move to the front of the line as I weighted them.
Let's do that.
Okay.
I like that.
Yeah, I agree.
So first priority is students.
Maybe students and kind of short term and then long term. Kind of things that we really need now, right? That's COVID kind of related, emergency related, and things that we will continue to work on.
And it's important to note too that these priorities, these top 15, are going to be building the platform that we use for the legislative conference when we head to the Hill in February, but also in all the meetings that we're falling in line with now with legislators and talking to them. So the really active part of this cycle will be from when this decision is made through the end of this legislative cycle. And then we begin again once this session, the 2021 legislative session closes. So actionable now is good. And then behind that, it kind of falls to professional development or funding. Kind of the 2 areas there. Is there a preference for which would be prioritized? I went students, what would come next? Funding issues or things like staff mix, professional development, things like that that are more staff focused.
Staff.
Staff.
Because the funding issues, most of them are kind of big picture issues that are not as like immediately. The ratio of how much impact we can have versus like impact on actual people that are working super hard right now is better for the staff.
I would agree with that. If there are other thoughts? No? Okay, then I will go through and weight those. Students first, supporting staff second, and then overall overarching funding third. Cool.
Thank you so much for all of this.
No, thank you. That's a ton.
All right, thank you so much. Have fun tomorrow. I know it's like Disneyland, so I don't even have to say have fun because I know you're going to. But we do appreciate it and are glad that you enjoy it. All All right, moving on. Board policy 1800 OE4 staff compensation. This is a post-monitoring language review, so please take a moment and let me know if there's any motions. Not the most detailed policy. I'm not hearing any motions. So moving on to board policy 1800 OE5 staff evaluation. Also a language review. Take a moment to review. I'm not seeing any smoke signals. So I'm guessing no. I'm just trying to keep myself awake here. No proposed changes. So moving on to consent agenda.
Move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Seconded.
Any discussion? All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please indicate by saying aye or thumbs up. And I'm seeing 4, and mine is yes as well. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Consent agenda is approved by a vote of 5-0. Superintendent's report.
So just some quick items for some upcoming meetings. The new family orientation that we've always done in person at IMS, we are still going to attempt to do this. It is next week on October 1st. The board should have received an invite from Craig via email. We're going to do it in this setting, and hopefully it will be welcoming to those who new families who attend. Also on the calendar for October 15th was to be our first site visit of the year. I am recommending that we postpone, not cancel, but postpone that site visit to potentially later in the spring when we do the other 2 site visits, which are scheduled for this year, because this is the year we do 3 elementaries. There's not going to be any students. It's going to be very difficult to bring anyone into the building at that time. So the other 2 don't occur till much later in the year. So we'd like to postpone that one until later in the year. And then you have a study session, as mentioned earlier, scheduled for October 7th. I will be forwarding to all of you a brief survey, should take about 15 to 20 minutes. It is anonymous, that each of you will need to take prior to that study session, because we will be using the results of that to guide the conversation. And then one last thing, in October, we will still have our city council school board director linkage session before our regular meeting. And the school city leadership committee will be meeting sometime in the near future to set some topics of mutual interest. I have a sense they're probably going to be related around somewhat around COVID emergencies and budget, but we do keep that meeting on your calendar. And that's all I have as announcements.
Did I just see Mr. Kelly here, and I wasn't sure if he was here as an observer? Hi. Or if there was anything. No? Okay. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Moving on to board announcements, inquiries, and report. Legislative report. Brian, anything additional?
I do, and I'll be brief, but it was a big week. A lot of action happening. So it spoiled my big surprise. The Economic and Revenue Forecast Council met and approved a new forecast that reduces the anticipated shortfall by 50%, which is pretty amazing. It means that there's still debate whether a special session is required, but in any special session, it means they could move to cuts with a scalpel as opposed to broad across the board. So as an organization that is funded with over 50% of the state's budget, I think we should all sigh a breath of relief. We're not any way out of the woods, but 4.5 billion is a heck of a lot better than 9 billion. So that was really great. And that full meeting, it's only about an hour, but and the conversation that happened, especially the media questions at the end, were really interesting, can be found from wa.gov. Then also this week, the House of Representatives Education Committee met and had several panels that came in to talk about reopening schools and what's working, what's not working, those challenges. Again, a really great conversation. That one's about 2 hours long. You can find it at wa.gov, but I recommend looking at the Education Committee's conversation around that. Let's see. There is a bill kicking around, an amendment, early on. So this is a draft, a very, very early draft, but it has to do with transportation funding and expanding the rules. So it centers in RCW 28A 160.160 and 28A 160.170 and 28A 160.191. And it would, if it went through, would expand the definition of an eligible student for transportation funding under COVID-19 or declared emergency to any student that could be served by the district. So it would expand the number of students eligible for transportation funding, which is interesting. And then it takes what the governor kind of passed and it puts that into law of the other options that could be funded with transportation dollars, specifically delivery of services and materials and technology, food, and the transportation. It would expand transportation to and from community facilities, either public or private. So if the district was using its buses and drivers to transport students to the Boys and Girls Club, to home and things like that, it would fund that under a declared emergency. So again, this is a very early draft. Who knows what's going to happen, but I wanted to let you know that this is being kicked around. And I can send a copy of that to superintendent who can distribute to you to look at. And then lots happening at the federal level. In the meeting, I just got the update from our Federal Relations Network. Department of Education is proposing rules regarding discretionary grants to support remote learning. So that's interesting. Flexibility in grants for technology infrastructure being rolled out from DOE. The Office of Civil Rights is upholding transgender students' rights, but says that they do not apply to student athletes. So I think that's going to be really important to look at and follow. The Supreme Court, federal court, sorry, found that the CARES Act funding going to private schools was illegal. And so that rule has been dropped. School meals, the FDA has extended flexibilities. FEMA has announced that starting immediately, that PPE will not be covered by FEMA grants and funds. So that's going to be important to us. That's incredibly unfortunate. There's a bipartisan bill that would authorize $1 billion for federal supports of civics curriculum and require biannual testing on civics. And then ongoing negotiations over COVID relief. Yeah, that covers the federal level. So it's been a big week. Oh, and one final thing, while we were addressing language to assessments, the Professional Educator Standards Board is considering legislation that would require programs to offer multiple measures for the performance assessments of teacher candidates. So they're looking at adding flexibility around COVID. So I would check, that's the PESB. If you have any feedback on that, anyone who you would like to receive, they're taking comments on that, and I'll be happy to pass that along. And then in correspondence news, Congressman Smith's office reached out to me I CC'd the superintendent on the response, just asking what our plan is and how we're moving forward. So hopefully I responded appropriately and gave the right information and basically pointed the congressman in the direction of the decision tree and our COVID toolkits being provided by Seattle, King County Public Health and Washington State Public Health. So there you go. That's this last couple weeks in legislature.
Thank you. I'm going to jump to, before we do board reports, I'm going to jump to board assignments. Let's just do that. My proposal is that we go through, and I would start with Maggie, Ty, and Tam, as they have they didn't get as much of a choice when they came onto board. And we go through and everyone kind of pick their first one, and then we can go through and pick our next ones. Does that sound reasonable? Yeah? Does everyone have the, can we put actually those assignments on the screen? And then we're all looking at the same thing.
Did we do this in December? Am I confused?
We only
Accelerated?
We only added Maggie. This is when we do it yearly. I know I had the same question.
Okay.
But we just added Maggie, Ty, and Tam to sub in for our outgoing directors. I know it feels a little weird this now. I don't know why we don't just do it all. I guess because it's school year, right? So if you're going to work with a PAC, you're working with a PAC for the school year.
It's just that some of these had already started, so we should have done it either earlier or later.
Well, they haven't started yet.
Yeah, like some of the PTA council, for example, had already started, and I just attended that.
Okay. So Tam, can we make it bigger?
So I'm looking at mostly on days I'm available.
Absolutely. That is a perfectly reasonable way of doing it.
And so I am seeing like Wednesdays are good for me, and Mondays, anything Tuesday and Thursday, maybe not, and Friday. So there's nothing Friday. Well, I see a Friday. So Fridays are really great for me. So I'll take Wes Mercer. Is this like, are we doing a draft?
We're just picking one. We're going through and I'm giving you first pick of all of them. And my gut would, and no one has to do this, but my gut would say pick one that's kind of district wide, like a superintendent advisory or PTA council or something. And then a school PAC, I think is a really good mix if you can find things that work for you.
So I'll take the Wednesday superintendent teaching and learning. The other ones are all in the morning.
Okay. Maggie, Ty.
Yeah, for me, earlier in the afternoon is better, which just looking at like the school liaison spots, like Lake Ridge or West Mercer work better for me, or actually Northwood, which is
you call what you want.
Okay, well, so did you say pick something like general first?
It's totally up to you. I'm just saying, I think I find a good balance to be on one school in one district. That's
Sure.
my personal, other people might disagree.
Sure, but I don't want to take somebody's spot that they're very, attached to.
David, Brian, and I have pretty much
been on all of them. Okay.
No,
well,
not all of them, but a lot of them.
Okay. I'd love to be on the superintendent community advisory. Because that I can definitely do time-wise.
Okay.
And then.
Nope, just one.
Oh no, okay, fine, yeah.
Come back. Brian.
I am open for the PACs, and I can even take two because we need someone to take two PACs. But my schedule is pretty open, so conflicts. I'm sorry, Deborah, but I am going to vie to go on for a third year or 3 years on the equity advisory. But I know you've been chomping at the bit to get on that.
I don't know that this is the year that would I defer. If I felt strongly, I would have said so. I mean, I would love to do it, but I defer. And I'm doing the inclusive practices groups too, which is why I'm going last. So, David.
So sorry, I missed which one Tam
Tam picked
suggested.
the teaching and learning. So
Oh,
Tam,
okay.
Tam picked number 5. Brian picked
Got
number
it. 3, 4, and 5 are gone.
3, 4, and 5 are gone. So do you want PTA council or do you want?
Sure, I'll continue. You know, I've got PTA council now.
Yeah.
So unless somebody else has an affinity towards it, it's a great place to be. It's super great set of people around there. So if somebody hasn't done it, I'm happy to defer.
I did it, and I'm the only one who hasn't picked one, so I'm happy to defer. I mean, I really like it too. So if you want to do it, you pick it. If you don't want to do it,
then I'm happy to continue.
Okay, awesome. I would like to do sorry, just looking at the times again. I'd like to do the high school pack. Going back to Tam.
Yes, so Fridays are really good for me. So West Mercer Elementary.
Okay. Maggie Ty?
I can do Lake Ridge pack.
Okay. Brian?
I'm happy to do Island Park and Northwood. I served in Northwood last year. Kind of sidestep the middle school simply because we're new in the community there, but
it's a fun group though.
It is a really fun one. I really enjoyed that one.
I always avoided West Mercer when I was part of that community, so I'll respect the middle school community.
Yeah, I didn't do the same thing. Okay. That leaves David with
middle school.
Middle school, if you're so inclined. Does that work for you? Does that time work?
Yeah, that time works.
Okay, that leaves me with one, which I'm totally okay with because of the inclusive practices group.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to reiterate, for Tam, I've got the superintendent's teaching and learning. West Mercer, Maggie Ty has superintendent's community advisory. And Lake Ridge, Brian, superintendent's equity advisory, Island Park and Northwood. David, PTA council and middle school, and me, the high school. Good. All right, board reports. Anyone want to go?
Pass.
Anyone have anything to say?
I did attend the PTA council real quickly. I think the biggest the biggest piece of feedback was around how we are handling the diversity and equity issues that are occurring in our school. And I know that that is obviously a big issue for the board as well as the district with our earlier study session around it. So, you know, I think our work will continue around that, especially from a strategic standpoint, while the district handles the nuances of the immediate effort. I will also echo, there's been, at least I have received a great deal of praise on Principal Kelly's email that he sent out regarding the high school. So thank you, that's all my report.
I don't have a report, but I want to also thank you, Principal Kelly, for the quick response and also for the follow-up in his video to further, make sure that all of our response with all of our communities are given equal acknowledgement and recognizing that we're addressing this as a whole. So that was really powerful. I appreciate that. And I don't know if it's a report as a board member, but I just also, as a parent, I want to thank all the teachers, any homework or whatever. But it seems like when I walk through, they are really engaged. And so, you know, if you read a lot of the literature on best teaching practices, it's really, you look at how engaged the kids are. If they're really, if they're sitting there, if they're interacting. Like I said, I don't really know if because I'm teaching myself, I don't know what my boys are doing, but they seem really engaged. They're sitting there. And so I think the teachers are doing a really great job in this environment to keep both of my little boys, you know, able to sit there through that time. So I appreciate all the teachers' hard work during this time.
Maggie Ty, you passed, right? And David, Brian, anything else?
I've talked enough tonight.
I kind of feel the same way, but I do want to acknowledge I just want to acknowledge this. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to the entire community for the responses to our students growing up and learning from their errors. You know, it's an ongoing learning environment. I think David hit it on the head when he said earlier, you know, we have this response of, why is this happening again, without remembering that it's an entirely new community of students, and that you know, we learn as we go, and we improve programs, and we improve our communication, and we'll continue to do that in supporting our kids. And so thank you for all of that. I know you guys spent a tremendous amount of time with high school. I listened in on a little bit of it. Just as a parent watcher, I was listening to a little bit of Islander Hour. And I also have heard phenomenal reports from families of all ages with regards to how learning is going. I'm not hearing the frustration that was there in the spring. People are thrilled. Parents are thrilled about how their parents are engaged, about how their kids are engaged, which I know we are all very grateful for all of the hard work that our leadership team and every teacher and staff member is putting in. I do want to, not now, but do want to kind of think about how we can support our teachers. Like I said at the beginning, I've seen quite a few posts and received a few phone calls from friend teachers in tier, not necessarily our district, but in tiers with, you know, just the normal frustrations. They're working so hard. They're working 15 hours a day to pull off the best education they can for our kids. And any way that we can support them by doing nice things and expressing gratitude. And I just, you know, obviously we all support our own friends, but just as a board, if anyone can think of ways that we can appreciate our staff. I know especially now it's going to go a long way because they're working really hard, and you know, but then dealing with glitches and technology problems and you know, all sorts of things, all their well-laid plans are kind of blow up because someone's internet connection isn't going well. So it's just hard. So if anyone has anything, by all means, bring it up. That doesn't cost any money. And just want to acknowledge someone who has who made a big impact in my life and the passing of Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg this past week. And I know that it's not local and that it's national, but you know, as a woman, as a Jewish woman, and as an attorney, she was instrumental in guiding me in my career path. She was put on the Supreme Court a few years before I started law school, and I went to school in DC, so I had the opportunity to go Supreme Court watch and watch her on the bench. And then in learning about her life and career, it's just something that we can all aspire to, that one person really can make a difference when we're following our passions. And I didn't find that learning. I was going to tell Superintendent Kolosky my how did I become a lawyer story this week, which I'm still happy to do. But the long and short of it is I never felt a connection to learning until I was introduced to the legal learning. And it's where my brain clicked and where I really loved learning. And so I saw that in her, obviously, and the difference in frankly every probably person, but at first certainly every woman's life in our country. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank her for her impact and contribution. And that's it, right?
Yeah, we do need
an executive.
to move into executive session, from which we will come back to
Thank you.
Adjourn the meeting. We don't anticipate the executive session shouldn't be more than 30 minutes, but you all do have a separate Zoom link for the executive session.
Yes.
We can leave this one open because someone will need to come back to adjourn the regular meeting.
Okay, so we are adjourning to executive session. It's 9:06 now. We will return at 9:35 to adjourn our meeting. No action will be taken in executive session. And if everyone can leave this now and then jump into the link that Donna sent during our meeting. Any motions?
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
I second, which I think I can do, right? All in favor? Well, everyone's in favor. We voted at our executive session. We adjourned by a vote of 5-0. And it is, you're on mute. Oh, I can't look at the time because my phone died.
At 9:32.
Thank you. So,
thank you.
Yeah. Have a great weekend, everyone. Oh, it's not quite Friday, but almost.
So Deborah, I was going to share with you, I'm wearing my dissent pin.
I know.
It's been on.
It's tough. It's really, really tough.
Yeah.
What I still can't figure out though, Jews don't do like, I mean, not that it's open casket, but the lying in state at the Supreme Court, I'm just shocked by it, just based on, not that she doesn't deserve it. I mean, just religion wise, I was just shocked by it. So, but did you guys see the news today about the crowd booing Trump when he went to pay his respects, like got vocally booed? Oh, and then started chanting, vote him out. And then he turned around and left. So I'm sure she that. Anyway, so Donna, let me know if you ever want to hear my story.
I do. And thank you for the little reference. My daughter was very excited to.
Oh yeah, I mean, I looked at that. I saw Drew posted it. He's a friend and he's got a ton of friends on the island still. And Drew Hansen Bryan posted looking for a legislative assistant. And I mean, it looks awesome. And I know, so, and then there's a couple other ones too that are looking. So
thank you for that.
Absolutely. If I see anything else, I'll let you know.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.